Ms. Vakar. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I bring this meeting to order of April 1st at 6:05. All right. In-person meeting practices and information. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input in our meetings. However, it is important to note that the board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but a meeting to conduct the public's business. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions respectfully within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings, so that the board is able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for public comment on both agendized and non-agendized items. As of January 25th, public comment will only be conducted in person. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education by submitting a written comment card to the executive assistant prior to the beginning of the meeting. Please make sure that your comment cards are turned in at the start of our open session, and if you're speaking on a non-agenda item, that you have included the topic. Members of the public may observe the meeting via NUSD YouTube channel or in person at Newark City Hall in the chambers. Spanish translation is available in person. Before we move to closed session, do we have any public comments?
We do not have any public comment.
Thank you. All right, in closed session, we will be discussing public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957. Conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, 4 cases. Conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, employee organizations, CSEA, and NTA. Thank you. We've technically done it because we've done it online. Do we need to say it? I would. Okay. All right, Ms. Lemus, will you do a verbal roll call, please?
Student member Joy Lee, absent at this time. Member Aguiano.
Present.
Member Block.
Present.
President Jones.
Present.
Vice President Thomas, absent. Member Hill.
Here, thank you.
Okay. At that, we will recess to closed session.
There you go. Okay. Hit that.
Yeah.
And then hit
Hello, hello.
You're on.
Hello. I ready.
It's my mic.
It's beautiful.
except for Nancy Thomas, who was absent. Thank you. Somebody turned my mic on, who is not here this evening, but the other 5 of us are here. We did roll earlier, but just wanted to confirm who was here. All right, we have no actions to report as of closed session, and so we will be moving on. Please make sure that all public cards, comment cards are turned in at this time, as we will not be able to accept them past this. And we are ready for the Pledge of Allegiance. Joy, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Mike, okay, I'd be glad to. Where's the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, we'll keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards that future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences, and we will never dismiss or devalue others. Moving on to approval of the agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item from the agenda? I'd like to pull 2 items, 13.26 and 13.27. They are 2 sets of minutes that have already been approved. That was accidentally put on there. We missed the 2 we meant to put on. Any other items that need to be pulled? Okay. I'd ask for an approval of the agenda. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
And a second?
I second.
Thank you. And we'll take a vote.
Member
No,
Joy?
actually, the system will do it itself. So it should, right? Yeah. Okay. So everybody, you on your panel in front of you, you can vote on there, and it should pop up eventually behind us, correct? Or do I have to show vote? I have to tally the vote. All right. It looks like everyone's voted. There we go. All right. So let the record show that Nancy Thomas is absent, and we have 5 yays. Thank you. It will clear on its own, correct? Okay, just double check it. There it goes. All right. Student reports. Member Lee.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and our beloved New York community. I have some exciting news to share about the students at New York Memorial High School. Firstly, with all of our college decisions out, I wanted to shout out 2 students which have already committed. Isaac Pinedo has committed to MIT, and Riesel Ross has committed to Notre Dame. Congratulations to our class of 2025 seniors for all their hard work. Congratulations to Frank Felice for receiving the 2025 Puente Statewide Student Scholarship Award. Next, Ivan Takar and Noah Hanohano was 2 of 24 high school football seniors from 12 Northern California counties that were honored as scholar athletes. To earn this, they had to keep up a GPA of 3.0 or higher, a varsity football player who demonstrated leadership traits in the school and their community. They were awarded a scholarship of $1,000 to their college education. Next, the New York Memorial High School Athletic Boosters crab feed was a success. Thank you to the Cougar families, coaches, student athletes, servers, and community who was able to come. I heard Superintendent Vicar was there. What was your favorite part about it?
Definitely was eating all of it was I think it was probably getting to eat all the crab. I will say the crab was absolutely amazing. It was delicious. It was fresh. It was cold. It just tasted fantastic. And also with me was Board President Catherine Jones and Board Member Gabriel Ingana was with us as well. So we were happy to have them in the house and join in all the festivities.
That's awesome to hear. Moving on, our New York Memorial High School drama had the production Blythe Spirit, a comedic upbeat look at death and marriage in the upper classes of British society. For this play, the production team put in the work. From sourcing antique pieces for the props and costumes to choreographing in a dialogue-heavy show. Despite the aging lighting, curtains, stages, and sound equipment in the theater, they were able to collaborate with the local artists in the community who helped us with costume designs, sounds, lighting, and more. Now moving on to a couple of upcoming events. This coming Saturday will be prom, which theme is the Midnight Gala from 7 to 11 p.m. at the San Francisco Exploratorium. Next week, Cougar Olympics will be happening, a fierce competition between the classes where during lunch, students from each class will participate in games like dodgeball, volleyball, basketball, bubble soccer, and capture the flag. Next, the senior class will be hosting an annual spring night market. Come join us on April 11th from 5:30 to 8:30. The night market will include different food vendors as well as homemade crafts, and we hope to see you there. The whole entire community is invited. Next, please participate in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Cougars baseball, where the Cougars will be taking on the Logan Colts at the iconic SF Oracle Park on Saturday, April 12th at noon. I urge those listening to consider buying tickets on GoFan for an unforgettable experience at an unforgettable opportunity. Lastly, I just wanted to share that in the next school year, I committed to UC Berkeley, and I will be attending their College of Letters and Science, majoring in global studies. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, moving on to public comment. Non-agenda items, Ms. Crocker?
Love it. There's so much space and all the equipment. I'm delighted. I was originally going to come and just see what was happening in our new venue that you have for the board. But because I'm a member of the Newark Education Foundation, I thought, we have an event coming up. So I know you've heard about it, but I want to give you some information about it and maybe let the community know if they're watching. On the April 12th, the same day that the city has their Family Day in the Park, in the afternoon at the high school, the Newark Education Foundation is going to be presenting a spring showcase. And we have invited all the schools to participate. We are having events such as the band playing, people doing folklorial dances, whatever it is that they want to do that showcases their STEAM approach to education. We're sponsoring it, and so please come. There's no cost. It should be an afternoon fun, so if you're out there looking for eggs with your children in the morning, just come out to the high school and look for some entertainment and some good educational things. And I happen to bring a flyer in case you didn't have one. So if I might pass it around, I'd appreciate it. Okay.
Yes, please, thank you. I just said thank you, and yes, we'd love the flyers.
Very good. That was the right answer.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like them, I have them right here. I'll have them in the back of the room.
All right, the next speaker is Cindy Parks for the Think Together program. 11.1, do you want to speak on the particular items? Okay. I'm assuming that goes for All of the one, okay. We are finished with non-agenda, yeah. Did I miss one? Oh, yeah, sorry. Employee organizations, do you want to wait until after we finish public comment, or do you want to go now? I apologize. I've got to make you bigger. I got to put stars next to you on my agenda. Now or after public comment? No, I'm not speaking tonight. Okay. After. Okay, thank you so much. I apologize. Julie, Ms. Radcliffe, do you want to speak now or, okay, great, come on up. Thank you.
I want to go home, sorry.
No, it's all good.
I chase a baby all day long. I want to go home and go, this is past my bedtime.
No worries.
So I'm speaking on agenda item 11.3, the HR reorg. This agenda item provides no substantive information for the Board of Education or community to review. This marks the third reorganization of this department in 3 years. Rather than focusing solely on the number of staff and their titles, we need to reevaluate the experience and qualifications of the employees all being hired. Now with positions already being cut, Miranda's HR tech position has already been cut before this has been done, is what I'm getting at. Conducting a proper reorganization study, staffing levels must also be considered. The 2023 reorganization added 2 CSEA positions, but 1 was never posted or filled. The 2024 reorganization left many vacancies, resulting in substitutes and interim staff filling critical roles. This reorganization specifically was presented by a former superintendent who was the interim assistant sup of HR at the time. Now, even before the 2025 reorganization plan is officially presented, the HR tech position has been eliminated, and the department is now left with just a substitute placement clerk, an HR manager, an administrative assistant, and an assistant superintendent to handle all of the operations of HR. This structure seems counterproductive. Where is the due process and strategic planning in this decision? I am speaking up because I want to see this department succeed. NUSD needs strong, experienced leadership in HR. The ongoing pattern of hiring employees with little to no experience has contributed to the ongoing challenges, including employee retention and negotiations. The lack of screening unqualified applicants for interviews, as well as the vetting of potential candidates for hire, has been severely lacking in the past. The agenda item states, to address these issues, we have engaged a consultant to help audit to help audit our human resources operations and make recommendations for compliance, record management, and systematic improvements. When was this consultant to completely reorganize the department requested and approved by the board? Is this part of the contract for Dina Palmer? This consultant contract is so vague and broad, and the word reorg is never specifically mentioned. What are the consultant's qualifications and HR experience to make these decisions and recommendations? What specific issues are actually being addressed? A credential audit process was recently implemented through a board presentation to you, and budget control actually falls under business services. The agenda item further states, on April 1st, 2025, staff will communicate to their findings and recommend to the board, including a proposed reorganized plan. Yet no supporting documents are attached. Without details, the board and the community cannot make informed decisions. It is critical that the board receives detailed data and transparency in this process. Additionally, moving forward, the superintendent must prioritize hiring experienced leadership to ensure this department's long-term success.
Thank you. Cindy, you want to wait on Think Together? Oh, I already said, I'm sorry. I put you back in the pile instead of moving on. Ms. Villa, do you want to speak now on 11.4 or do you want to wait? Okay. All right. I think that concludes our public comment at this time, based on who still would like to speak. Employee organizations. Ms. Villa, I apologize for moving past organizations.
I would first like to start by giving a shout out thanks to not NTM members, Miss Angela Watman, Dr. Walker, and Trudy Parker. Watching those two work in the HR department, their job load is just tremendous. It's tremendous, and they work hours and hours, just the two of them. Thank you. Over 100 notices went out to teachers. My hope is that those teachers are having, some are looking, we gotta be realistic, they're looking in other districts. Over 100 teachers, or 100 notices. Hopefully we get all of them back. That's a big job for you and Trudy to do, getting all those people back in. So you guys do good work, and Dina Palmer's helping too. Thank you. Okay. 36 and 37, that's how many school days are left? How many teacher days? 36 school days, 37 teacher days left. We've gone through a whole school year almost, and I'm gonna stand up here and ask again for computers for our teachers. In a February meeting, in the attachments, there was, I guess it would be a proposal or an estimate for 70 Chromebooks at the high school for teachers. They're not here yet. So 144 days since the first day of school it's been, and our teachers still don't have Chromebooks. One teacher at the high school, he has paper clips holding his computer together. So hopefully before this school year is over, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to have committed funds of 1.2 million in technology. And Ms. Pettiflor at the beginning of the school year talking about using the rest of ESSER money for a technology refresh when our teachers still don't have computers. So, you know, we spend a lot of time here talking about, we're still talking about Sanctuary Village, or we're talking about enrollment of students, future enrollment, increasing enrollment. Well, and the last time Mike Fines was here, he was talking about, I think he addressed you, Board Member Hill, telling, stop talking about kids who aren't here yet. Focus on the kids that we have. Year after year, money goes unspent in that LCAP. The mid-year update from Ms. Allard, millions of dollars in there not spent yet. So we spent another year talking about something, but we still haven't negotiated yet, where we got on the books to negotiate our contract that runs out in 37 days. This current contract runs out, 37, yeah, 37. So we're well behind in that. So again, we talk about things here and we plan for things. Talking about capital improvement and building schools. Well, we have schools that have mushrooms going on the side of the buildings right now. Ceiling or floor tiles in cafeterias that have been missing for years. So putting our attention and our focus and our discussions on our facilities now, our classrooms now, the students that we have right now, that should be our focus. Hopefully we can get some of that happening in the next 36 and 37 days. Hopefully our new people in the district office, they stick around. That's the stability that we need. It's overwhelming, I bet, walking into a situation like this. So to those, Dr. Walker, Mr. Quintana, Vince Gonzalez, Travis, I just call him Travis, I don't remember his last name, DeFreitas. You know, they're walking into a situation like this. It's gotta be tough, but thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So could we request that we get a list of the teachers, maybe Ms. Phil, you can help us get a list of the teachers that are missing Chromebooks, and could we possibly put this as a future, or as an agenda item for the next meeting, just since it's obviously a priority.
Clarification, I'm sorry. We've gotten to the point where some of our sites have started, they have allocated in their school site funds over $30,000, $16,000, $80,000 of their own site funds. Those, haven't got those yet, but look at what, we have committed funds, ESSER money, all these money that we have, and we have school sites using their own money to buy computers. And they're not getting those, so we'll get you that list.
Great, thank you.
Okay. If you use your little monitor to tell me you want to talk, then I can see it up here. So I'm not, this is, yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. We have all these awesome all this awesome technology up here, but we're getting used to what it is in terms of there's a speaker queue and there's a voting capacity for it. And it was a little overwhelming tonight coming in and seeing all of it, but we will all get used to how it works. And hopefully it will definitely make our meetings run more smoothly. All right. So do I have anyone from NUMA? Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening, President Jones, Board of Trustees, and Executive Cabinet members. Last week, many of our NUMA members, along with District Office Directors, President Jones, teachers, and Superintendent Vicar attended CABE, California Association of Bilingual Educators, to learn new ways of learning and working together to support our EL students. Our EL students continue to need our united support for the ultimate goal of reclassification, providing opportunities in middle school and high school for their futures. The California EL Roadmap provides the path for success for our EL students. This week, 4 of our elementary schools will celebrate their scholars' success by showcasing learning during open house, providing families with the opportunity to see firsthand the hard work and achievements of our students. These events serve as a testament to the dedication of our teachers, staff, and students in fostering an engaging and supportive learning environment. Other schools will soon host open house as well. Thank you for the commitment to our students and for being part of this important journey. This year, we are excited to celebrate the achievements of our English EL learners at the annual reclassification ceremony next Monday. This special event honors the hard work and perseverance of students who have met the criteria to be reclassified as Fluent English Proficient, or RFEP. The reclassification process is a significant milestone in our students' educational journey, symbolizing their dedication and the support of their teachers, families, and school community. Their success reflects the commitment of our district to ensuring that all students have access to the resources and opportunities they need to thrive. As we move into the testing season beginning on April 7th, students across our district will participate in the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP. This assessment measures student achievement in English language arts, math, and science for certain levels, providing valuable insights into academic progress. We encourage all students to be well rested, eat a healthy breakfast, and give their best effort on the tests. Families can support their students by reinforcing the importance of these assessments and ensuring they attend school on time. Thanks to our teachers and staff for preparing our students for success. Let's support and motivate our scholars as they showcase their learning and growth. We look forward to continuing our work together for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you. So this evening I wanted to share with you. Is that working?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So I wanted to share with you a few things. So you heard about our reclass ceremony that's happening next Monday. We're excited about that for our students who will be reclassed, and we will be celebrating their achievements. You also heard a little bit about CABE and the fact that we went to CABE and we are working on some strategies. A few next steps that we're looking to do is we have a district leadership team that's going to be formed, and we'll be meeting before the end of the school year to talk about what will be next steps for next school year. What will that look like? What will a new future committee look like that will be coming out of, I think, our discussions that we had and wanting to really work on our strategies across the board for all of our EL students that we have. It was an exciting time to be there. It was a chance for all of us to really kind of come together, to be able to go to different sessions, to be able to really collaborate. I really want to thank the teachers and the staff members that in the leadership team that went. I know it took time out of their very busy schedules to be able to sit there and still stay in tune to what's happening on the school campus, as well as make sure they were able to learn and grow and to be able to bring back information that will help us with our success and achievements for our students. And so I'm really excited about, I think, where the future is going to with that, because they were such enriched discussions. Additionally, I want to tell you a little bit about CSBA. Of course, one of our delegates, of course, is Nancy Thomas, and then so for our region, and so she is actually still serving until 2026. And so thank you, Nancy, for your work that you do with California School Board Association. And then before you this evening is going to be a very important presentation with regards to the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. This is a school-based billing program. It's like a new direction that the state's going to be giving to us to be able to step into. I'm excited to have Ashley Acosta present this information to you. It's a piece of the work that she's been working on this past year to be able to help us be prepared to be able to step into this role and to be able to help and support our students and our families with services. And so I'm going to be really excited for her to be able to share that presentation with you this evening. And then lastly, I just want to share with you about one of our students. I think this is a time to really celebrate and hear about one of our young students. And one of our prior board members, I shared with you that we had a student that was going on to the spelling bee here in the region. And I just want to tell you how he did. Attending the regional spelling bee on March 23rd was Yuan. He made it to round 6 and was in the top 10 spellers in that part of the competition. There were about 100 spellers from Alameda, Contra Costa, San Mateo, and Santa Clara and San Francisco counties. And even though Yuan didn't make it to the top 3 spellers who get to compete in DC, he did so well. We are so proud of him in the work that he did to be able to continue and be able to show just the great work that's coming out of Newark Unified School District. So congratulations to Yuan. We're very proud of you. I look forward to meeting him in person. And that really concludes all my information for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to 10.1, which is the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, school-based billing for multi-payer fee schedule. Ms. Acosta.
Good evening, board, community members, district leadership. Today I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about the Children and Youth Behavior Initiative that we have taken on here in the state of California. It has been with great pleasure that I've been able to, the last 6 months, dive deeper into what it looks like for the future for Newark students and families. Today, I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking with you about what is the fee schedule, what you guys need to know as our board members and as our community, some implementations and considerations that we need to be thinking about at this time, and the supports that are currently available to Newark Unified in our district. As you can see in front of you, there's a big graph, and it's really giving us an opportunity to choose the model that we want to move forward with Newark Unified regarding the multi-fee payers statewide fee schedule. In the past, this service was given to other agencies that NUSD had to contract with. We never saw the benefit of the funding received from the state. And much like the MOM Medi-Cal billing program that we currently oversee through our SPED department and bill for, thanks to Mary Alberts, I want to definitely give her a shout out for all her hard work that she does to make sure that that program has been successful. We've been able to collect funds for our district to be able to give back to our students and teachers in the classroom. Now we're looking at creating a model to bill for our non-Medi-Cal students, so students that have private insurance or non-insurance. Next slide, please. As you can see here, we have some key partners in this partnership that we're going to be creating or that we're looking at creating. We have ACOE and we have our district. Currently, the model we have been using is we've been using our partner agencies to bill, and they've been getting the funds back for them to be able to spend in their organization. We want to move away from that and take on the billing ourselves. I personally believe that it can be successful like we've done with the Medi-Cal funds and Mary Alberts has provided for us, that we can do it in-house and collect upwards of over $500,000 over the next 3 years. Next slide. On the other hand, if the school district isn't paying the community organizations for their service and we're covering the costs ourselves, we can really absorb the funds and the opportunity to give that back to our own students within. I think it's really important with this new program that the state has created. They really want to make sure that the funds are going back into schools and not going to outside organizations and these partner agencies that we currently use. So currently, as providers are getting paid based on their agreement, we would move that towards us so that we would receive that funding. I think the biggest thing at the end of the day is we would get the check and be able to create a committee, and then based on that committee, use the funds how we see fit. Next slide, please. You may be asking yourself, who's going to do all this work and who's going to do all the billing? I've brought together 14 staff members that are currently on our payroll that provide these services that we can bill for. One of those key players is my current team of parent partners that we can now bill for the services that they provide. We can bill for our counselors and our psychologists the services that they provide. We can also bill for specific contracted positions that we have. So we have Mark Bishop at the high school. We have Jackie Mitchell at Schilling and Coyote Hills providing Tier 2 interventions and services to our students. We can now bill for and receive funding back. We have our school nurses that are currently working and providing support to our students that we can bill for. So we have over 14 staff members that have come together and been trained and registered on how to bill so we can move forward with this program, billing in-house. Where are we at amongst our other districts? We are currently is part of cohort 2. So as you can see on the board in front of you, who's kind of participating. Alameda, Castro Valley, and Pleasanton started it all off with cohort 1. And then we kind of joined along with Berkeley, Dublin, Fremont, Hayward, Livermore, and Piedmont. I do want to say Newark is, very far ahead of the game. I've personally been able to put in a lot of time and work to make sure that we've completed all the requirements with the county to be able to put us in the position that we are today, to be almost there ready to collect and bill our first opportunity of getting a check. Looking ahead, so what does this mean? Kind of where are we at as a district, and why am I in front of you today? I'm here because I want to not only inform you as a board, but give us the opportunity to see what we really want to do. Where does our district want to go? Do we want to do things in-house, meaning that we bill and we get to receive the check and the money from the services that we're already providing? Or do we want to continue to contract out? I think one of the biggest things is really looking at the future and where this is going in the state of California and being on the front end of it. Like I said before, I personally strongly believe that the district of our size, we can receive up to $500,000 or more within 3 years if we strongly, with fidelity, implement the Pay Schedule program. And that's more money back into our schools and into our students for a district that we all support here as Newark Unified.
It's actually more than 500,000, correct? Because really it's also paying for the services that we're going to be receiving. So those will actually get monies back to be billed against them. So for instance, if we have a psychologist that's working with a student, they'll also get paid, but then we also get to collect a fee on top of that for the administrative service side. So it's really two parts that we actually receive the funding for. Where now our contractors are actually getting those monies, and they're actually deciding exactly how much money those contractors are getting, and then also what the service scope looks like, where we may not have a say-so in that service scope. So I just kind of want to interject that particular piece in there.
Definitely. As we move on to the next slide that I have for you this evening, I want to thank you and then open up to you as our board for any questions you may have regarding this program as we move forward.
Thank you. Member Hill.
Thank you, Ms. Acosta, for the presentation. Do we have a sense of how many additional accounting people or people that are going to actually do the billing are required to take on these responsibilities?
Definitely. So we've talked about, Tracy and I have talked about what it looks like to expand the department, to have somebody to oversee the billing and the requirements for that. Right now, like I said earlier, we have 14 people that have been trained that can manually go in and bill for their services. I would like to expand that in our phase 2 to be able to cover at least 30 employees that will be billing, but there will be one person overseeing it, including myself.
So there's people that will bill, but from a kind of a back office perspective, are we saying we don't need any additional accounting people?
So we're saying we need one additional person to kind of be the secretarial part of that and oversee that, including myself.
And that would be the same model that we currently use for the MA billing, that we go along with you doing that as well. It would be a very similar kind of a position that would help with the administrative side of it. So it's really a portal that we go into. And actually, these professionals quite often bill anyways. They've just been doing it, though, for the contractors that they work with instead of with us. The difference is we'll be able to keep the administrative fees. We'll also be able to sit there and truly design this. As far as an actual accounting piece of it, there is an accounting piece that goes to the business department. And we've actually had a third-party person that's been helping us with that on the MA side to help verify and make sure that all the appropriate paperwork is actually filed correctly. It's a minimal cost. It's actually part of the fee schedule that we would be bringing in, and it would be cost neutral to us.
So we're not thinking at this point that we're going to need additional accounting back office headcount?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Awesome. Member Block.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. I was just curious to hear a little bit more about the committee that you had mentioned that would be responsible for allocating any revenue generated by this. Who would be on that committee, and would there be a particular focus on like a certain type of investment, do you think, like that is mental health connected? And if so, like at what level of the district? Just what do you foresee for that committee?
That's a great question. I foresee it to mirror what we're currently doing with our MA billing. So we have a committee currently that has administrators, has a teacher, has the SPED department representation that comes together. And people currently, right now, as it is with the Medi-Cal funds, teachers can apply for mini grants, and then we approve those grants. I'm actually on that committee. We meet, I'd say with fidelity, about 4 times a year to be able to look at those and review those. As I see this program expanding, I would definitely like to see us have parent representation, specifically from our school sites, so that they can have an impact on an input on where the funds are going to be spent. I think that it can be very valuable to have us all come together and look at the forecast as we move forward and have a little bit more of a bigger chunk of money to play with.
Thank you.
You're saying, you were talking about one person that we would need in order to kind of oversee. Is that what would that person's role be?
So that's also a great question. So currently I've been taking this on, and as we foresee coming in the 25-26 school year, my position changing a little bit to be able to take this on and continue to oversee the implementation and to make sure we do it with fidelity. I think it's something very dear to my heart, and I think we also have a great opportunity to utilize. So I would be the person overseeing what it looks like for our implementation for the first couple of years.
And then with that, we would also need to have clerical assistance to play also come along with that. That's a piece that we would have to go work with CSEA on and actually negotiate another position.
So that clerical person would then be doing helping with some of the billing. Would they be? My understanding is there's a potential for some back billing. How would that work? Would that person be potentially be doing that as well?
Definitely. So that person would make sure we take care of our clerical duties, make sure everything's submitted to the state for us to get reimbursement. They would also, like you said, there is a little bit of an opportunity for us to do some back billing. It's really as soon as we get the next steps implemented. One steps was presenting to you guys. Step 2 is really getting our 14 staffs with the Keenan training. We have to do an online training part, so working with HR to make that accessible. After that, we can officially start billing so that we can see some of those funds come in.
The other thing that I think that we have an opportunity with being in a cohort is that there's going to be additional training that's available to be able to help and support our staff with exactly what they need to do. They've already attended one training already. They actually do billing already on the Medi-Cal side. So it's not a whole lot different, like I said, than what they're going to be doing now with the private insurance side of it. But it's being able to coordinate those efforts to make sure that we actually get that information from our parents so that we can do the correct billing that goes along with it. The insurance companies are aware, the health insurance companies know that this is a model that's out there and that we're able to do this kind of billing. And like I said, they've been actually doing the billing already. It's just been done through another entity or through a third-party entity that some school districts that are large have contracted with.
So how does it work with talking to CSEA about being able to create this position so that we could get somebody in there? Is that a long process, short process?
I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Walker. We have actually had some brief conversations on this matter.
Thank you.
We didn't want to quite put the cart before the horse, so we want to make sure that we've got, have the board's blessings on this before we go too far.
Right.
But,
I know I'm probably asking more questions, but
That's okay. Yes, we want to be able to vet it this way and then work collaboratively with CSEA. And I think that it is a move that could happen rather quickly, seeing as that this program is already in motion and we have a need. And we've got our plenty of qualified members here in Newark that would probably be very happy to work in this capacity.
okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Member Aguano.
Thank you. Ms. Acosta, really appreciate the presentation. My question would be, you mentioned the 14 staff, right? But you doubled it up to 30. Are we anticipating like a double of the caseloads? Or why is that happening?
So we're anticipating, so we started with 14 staff. I had them trained. We all came together with ACOE and updated our information, but there's still more staff members out there that can bill. So our academic counselors can bill, our providers that we partner with can bill. So we have EBAC and Currently Wellness together. If they stay with us next year for 25, 26, I will bring them on board as well to start billing for us. So instead of them billing for their agency, since they're providing the services to our students, they will join my team and bill for us here in Newark. And so that's why I get the anticipation of 15 more employees to have a total of 30, so that we can reach our projected number of over 500,000 in the next 3 years.
I see, thank you. Also, just a follow-up question on that. How many students are currently receiving this particular counseling?
That's a great question, and we can really look back down into cost and where we are at with our cost numbers. I fortunately oversee costs at a few of our sites, and I can say as of December 31st, we had 790 students receiving services through cost. So I don't know what the current numbers are, but I can definitely get that for you.
And this is just pairing up the personnel with the number of students?
Correct.
Thank you.
And then do the appropriate billing, whether or not it's a Medi-Cal billing or a private insurance billing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate your
you.
presentation. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
How does the board feel about moving forward? Can we maybe get some direction that would be helpful as to whether or not we're on track and we should continue moving forward? Or do you want to stick with the current model?
I'd like to be able to move after speaking with you last week about the program kind of in depth. It sounds very worthwhile. So my opinion is that I would definitely like to move forward with this. How do other people feel? Member Hill?
I think it sounds good. I just want to make sure again that we don't need to add headcount, and also that we're not taking people that are currently doing something else and then taking them off of that. But if that's not the case, then yeah, I'm supportive of it.
Okay. Member Block?
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. I mean, particularly if the additional revenue generated could be used to hire more staff to invest in student mental health. I mean, that seems like, if we could have more mental health support available on campus as a result of bringing in more revenue, that seems like a win-win for everyone. So it sounds really promising to me.
Member Lee?
I wanted to say thank you, and this is such an amazing idea, and I'm really excited to see the revenue that it will produce, and also the students that it will help, and the staff that will come along with this. Thank you.
Go ahead. Member Aguado? There you go.
Okay, thank you. So just a quick question in regards to that, choosing the model. The model itself, would it change, or would it be something that's going to go ahead and keep the same service for our children, make it better? Or is it something that we could go ahead and look into the network providers and really pick and choose who are really providing the best service for our families?
Yeah, we actually get to pick and choose who's going to provide the best services and the most needs. It also gives us a chance for our principals and our site leadership to really be able to weigh in on what's happening with a child and make sure that we're able to make the right match that goes along with it. Where before now, we've only been able to work with just a couple of agencies. One of the things that the network is going to try to do is they're going to try to work on master agreements so that we kind of get buying power amongst all of us, so that a small district isn't stuck having to pay more money, but instead as a consortium moving forward, we'll be part of a consortium model. We'll be able to actually use some of those services. And it would include even things like Washington Hospital maybe coming on board and providing some of their services that they also want to do for some outreach in our communities, right? So working with some new network people out there to really help and support our students with those mental health support services and our families will give us that opportunity.
And the agencies that would they be providing services on site for our families and continue that? Or is it something that, we could pretty much string it, right? We could go ahead and make that a better communication pathway for our families to really not see transportation as an issue. Also, safe haven for our children to be there. Those are things that we have to really look into, and if that's the case, I really like the idea.
Definitely, this will give us an opportunity to continue to grow our partnerships to bring more people onto campus and more organizations that provide support services to our students on site. We're always open to bringing, these new partnerships on, and I think this is the way that we're going to be able to build that relationship is through this program.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Ms. Costa, I just want to thank you very much for your presentation and for your work that you've done on this. It's exciting. I know we've got some great experience with having to the MA building, but I think this is just another added resource to really be able to help complement what we do on our campuses every day, and that's supporting our students and our families. So thank you.
Okay, the next thing that we're going to be discussing is awarding the RFP 001-900-25 to Think Together for after-school programming. We have one public comment on this. Ms. Parks?
The big podium.
I know.
So the first thing I'd like to say about the Think Together program is I'd like to ask why the list was provided without the cost or the bids from the other vendors. Normally, you get the names and you get the price that they quoted. That was kind of shocking not to see how much the other bids were for. I'd also like to ask why the contract is to follow. The bids were opened on March 11th, 2025, which has given you plenty of time to execute this agreement for this $2.4 million program. We're not just talking simple, tens of thousands of dollars, like $2.4 million. The proposal says they are using iReady on page 16. Is this under the NUSD iReady contract? Is that okay with iReady if that's what's happening? Will they be using NUSD logins? The students all have their NUSD IDs, which they log in with. Is that how this is going to function? I think the Think Together staff, is it okay for the Think Together staff to have access to all of this confidential academic information? I did notice that on page 36, it did talk about certain confidentiality things, but are they actually I don't know the parameters of that. Are they actually able to have access to all of that? I mean, there's a lot of student academic information there. Whose Chromebooks will be used? You've already heard the difficulty that Newark Unified teachers have in making sure that they and their students have Chromebooks. Who's going to be supplying these Chromebooks? And then the program does say that for K-6, and your sixth graders are now at the middle school. When this plan was actually formulated, it was a K-6 and because the sixth graders were still at the elementary. So just kind of wondering whether that was, because the sixth graders are now where the ACEs are. So just kind of wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Superintendent Thacker?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm excited to be able to introduce this particular topic. We know it's important to our families to have after-school care, and so I'm thrilled to be able to introduce Ms. Karen Allard to you, who's going to present to you a little bit of information about the RFP, where we're at today, and then some of the next steps, and hopefully that will help bring some clarity as to what we're doing and the steps that we're taking.
Yeah. Thank you. In March, we participated in a very formal process to learn information about offerings for extended learning programs throughout our area as well as the state. We wrote an extensive document seeking qualities and partnerships that are a match for our district. We received 16 proposals. 4 were eliminated because they had missing requested requirements. The other 12 were evaluated using a criteria rubric. Through this process, we narrowed the proposals to 4. Reference checks were conducted, and we would like to continue our partnership with Think Together. For the proposal process, we are required to announce our decision this evening. However, additional conversations will now need to take place regarding the contract language that was provided in the proposal from Think Together, and we will bring a contract back to the board at a future board meeting.
Any comments or questions? Member Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. So for those that have been longtime watchers of board meetings, so they know that procurement is an area that I'm very passionate about because, again, it's the public's money and we want to be good stewards of it. And quite frankly, our district hasn't been a good steward, I think, of our money and our processes, and we really don't have good documentation. And I think I understand the importance of this program, but I don't feel comfortable at this point, voting on this evening because I don't think that we have enough information. And when I've been a part of RFPs in the past, usually what I've seen and what I've been involved in is you look at the vendors and you've talked about your process, right? But the issue is it's not very transparent to us. And so, we really would like to be able to see, okay, here's all the vendors that were invited. Here was the actual RFP language. Here were the criteria that we evaluated people on. And here we start with the big list, and then we go down to the short list. And then ultimately here were kind of the pros and cons around why we chose that. And I would agree with the speaker that we also want to be able to see costs because sometimes you'll have a situation where you may decide that you're going to flex and maybe spend a little bit more because a vendor is adding some additional value, or you may decide, maybe we don't need all the bells and whistles, and so maybe we're gonna go with a lower bid. And so understand the sense of importance here, but I'd like to request that we bring this back and provide more information so that we can make a fully informed decision. Thank you.
Anyone else? Member Aguiano?
I'd like to mention that, yes, we do agree in regards to the monies being allocated for these programs, and also just to make sure that we have avenues, right, to really work with our teachers and also our staff in the afternoon, that correlation, the curriculum, and also to have not only a program that's software like iReady, but also to have, some type of a tie that we have our afternoon staff, our extended staff working with our teachers to better the communication and really see how we go ahead and benefit, how we go ahead and just not only be a daycare or be a location for our students to be, but also to make sure that we have a path of, a communication. We really do need something like that, and just going over the wording would be ideal. Thank you.
We're happy to bring this item back and bring you some additional details. It's not our desire to go off and not provide you with the information. It was a very rigorous process. The RFP is a new process for us that we really were trying to introduce. And also having a rubric that was developed to go along with it as we sat there and did the ratings. So I think we would be more than happy to come back and share some additional information with you on the 15th.
Okay.
And just to clarify, there wouldn't be any adverse consequences to delaying by 2 weeks then? Like any action on this item? You think it's like there wouldn't be?
No, I think we can even start, working with even the contract negotiations on this, because I think it's our intent to go off and award, but I realize the final decision comes down to the board, and so that decision hasn't been made yet. We just are letting you know where we're at in the process and how we're moving forward.
Got it. Thank you.
But we'll bring you back all the additional information that you need to see.
Okay, thank you.
Before final decision is made.
All right, so at this point, go ahead. Member Hill?
So, yeah, and I think that what you're describing is a parallel process, right? Where, I mean, you already have the information. It's just a matter of walking us through it.
Absolutely.
But then you could also have a preliminary contract in place in parallel, so that when we come back, we can look at it and we can approve everything in one shot.
It would be a two-step process. We would probably put 2 items on the agenda for that evening.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So we will just basically table that to the 15th at this point. Moving on to 11.2, the California Partnership Academies Program Grant Award Notification for Prop 98 Supplemental. Superintendent Vicar?
Yep. This is an additional grant that we received an award on. The grant actually was awarded on January 1st, 2025, and goes through the end of December 2025. I wanted to bring it before you. We have signed it. This is actually ratification. The program is currently existing. This is just some additional money that we get that was redivided out, and this is our share of the allocation. So it's an additional $11,596 to Newark Unified School District and to our program for MCA.
Okay. So we need to take action on this and get, may I have a motion? Or do I have any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve item 11.2.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll take a vote. Okay. Sorry, there we go. Start voting. Sorry. Okay, so motion is approved with 5 ayes, and Member Thomas is absent. All right, moving on to Human Resources. Superintendent Vicar.
Thank you. So before you this evening is a proposal for a group called Student Prospects. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. I apologize. You said it was Human Resources Reorganization, correct?
Yes,
Sorry.
11.3.
All right, let me, so I'm happy to introduce Dr. Walker, who'll be sharing with you a little bit more information about the reorganization efforts of the department that we are looking at. A year ago, and Chris Williams and I kind of first stepped into our roles, and we looked at it. It was kind of a triage piece that we brought back to you as to what we thought we needed, and looking at some of the areas that we really do need to support and the work that's actually being done in the department, we felt it was important to come back to you and talk with you about what that reorganization actually looks like and how much money we're spending. There have been a number of consultants that we've used over the past year. We've looked at what those were. There may still be to add another staff member in the future, but we wanted to be able to give you a look at what we currently are spending and where we see this going to in the future and what that kind of looks like. We know that there'll be some additional information coming back with you with regards to some of the audit things that we're doing, looking at the stipend reports, looking at some of our insurance elements to make sure that all the right people that should be on insurance are being paid for and that we don't have outstanding employees sitting out there. There's a lot of internal things that we really want to look at organizationally, including looking at credentials to be able to go along with this. And so although it looks lean, you gotta remember we've had a number of consultants that have been helping to support us in the absence of some of these key positions. So Dr. Walker, would you like to add more?
I would like to say we have one public comment that I'm going to have speak before Dr. Walker begins. Ms. Parks?
Sorry, I didn't realize it was a public comment.
I know,
apologize.
and I forgot, but I didn't want to interrupt you. I figured we'd just slide it in the middle here. Thank you.
Good evening. This will be the third reorg in 3 years. Since the proposal wasn't attached to the agenda, the board needs time to review the proposal and the cost elements. This department is responsible for managing and supporting the district's employees. Key responsibilities entail recruitment and hiring, employee relations, including workplace conflicts, ensuring a positive work culture, negotiations, professional growth opportunities, maintain employment records, ensure workplace safety, compliance and legal matters, an area that can be costly to a district if not handled correctly. Given these critical responsibilities of the HR department, it is essential that the school board takes the necessary time to thoroughly review the organizational plan before approving any changes. Pushing this process could lead to unintended consequences that impact staff and operational efficiencies. Since you're just seeing this tonight, I ask you to really review and take the time that you need to absorb everything that's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. All right, Dr. Walker, thank you for waiting.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, this is the draft for reorganization. I want to start with the purpose of the reorganization is to revitalize the Human Resources Division to effectively meet and hire and support needs needed to better serve Newark Unified students and community. Human Resources plays a critical role in shaping the district's culture and tone. It's where we establish processes for hiring and retention of high-quality employees. So yes, some background, as Superintendent Vicar stated, in light of the ongoing challenges that posed by declining enrollment and budgetary constraints, the district has been faced with necessary downsizing. However, it has become increasingly clear that many functions within the Human Resources Department have not been operating at an optimal level. Issues highlighted by CalPERS, CalSTRS, NUMA corroborate the internal observations regarding inefficiencies in our current systems. Identified focus areas include record management, position control, credential timelines, leaves, and other critical documentation, and the effective utilization of software systems such as Escape, EdJoin, Student Information System Frontline, DocuSign, CalPERS, and CalSTRS. The ultimate goal here is to create an efficient and user-friendly human resources operation that supports the educational mission and contributes positively to the overall success of Newark Unified School District. So, in front of you, you can see on the left side, this was the current staffing for 24-25 school year. And we are aware that those numbers, they do look different from 24-25 to the proposed 25-26. The Assistant Superintendent of HR is comprised for the 24-25 school year of previous Assistant Superintendent Interim Chris Williams and myself for the March to June. And then underneath that, we have the administrative assistant position, and happy to report that our administrative assistant will be starting on the 14th of April. Now, on the far left, you can see the manager of HR, and that position right there is one that was also prorated because we did not get our manager of HR until, let's see, manager, November 25th, 2024. Now, our HR technician, that position was faded out. And then you can see the manager of HR personnel sub was just that substitute retiree to assist. And then the consultant is the one time. So if you go over to the left, what you can see is that we will continue to have assistant superintendent of HR, administrative assistant, but there will be a director of operations. And the director of operations position, it has a whole lot more to it to support our human resources department. So just an idea of some of the areas that particular position will address is policies, regulations, establishing schedules, calendars, works collaboratively with assistant soup, of collective bargaining agreements, works collaboratively to address layoffs and rehire lists, seniority lists, recruitment and hiring, monitoring classified professional growth program and oversees the reclassification process, oversees extra duty stipends for certificated employees, position control in collaboration with business services, oversees the credential monitoring and making sure everyone is up to date with CTC, direct supervision classified positions within HR, leave of absences, benefits, and as always, our list is other duties that pop up through human resources. So this essentially is the change. And then if you see, we continue to have our HR clerk. So if you go to the bottom line for 24-25 is $826,777.90. The proposed is $703,033.42 with a savings of approximately $123,744. That's it. If you have any questions.
Member Block?
First, just a logistical one. So the cost in the bottom left, the numbers don't seem like they add up. It says 463 plus 191 to 826. Is that just a typo on there, or is this number right here?
Yeah, I see that. Let me double check that cell.
Sure.
Once we copied over, I'm happy to double check.
And then am I correct to state that basically it's condensing 3 positions down into one? So the manager of HR, the HR tech, and the manager of HR personnel is being collapsed into the director of HR operations. Is that
So it's
effectively?
kind of
what
that already.
Yeah.
Actually, if you really kind of look at how our operation is currently set up, the HR technician position we brought on, and then it was reduced down underneath Chris Williams. And the manager of HR personnel, which was a sub, was covering for the position until we actually hired the manager of HR. So you actually see 2 things happening there, right? So they're almost a combined line where they were doing the same service. So the first half of the year was done with a substitute position that was covering for us, and then the manager of HR stepped in. The consultant's actually doing a deeper dive. This really came out of a request from our audit committee as well as from our internal staff and our executive team, and looking at the fact that we recognize that we've got some systems that are not running operationally optimal as to how we would want to see it run for an HR department. Additionally with that, one of the new mottos that we're taking on is that we want to be user-friendly. We really want to make sure that we're supporting our employees and that we are taking on a really good positive attitude to not really turn people away, but to find ways to give them opportunities within our system and other recourses that they might have in order to be a part of our system versus saying, no, you aren't qualified, right? So looking at some of the other kinds of resources that are out there. This is really an initiative that's happening throughout Alameda County, I think. I think we're all finding it hard to find really good quality employees that want to come to work and can afford to come to work here in this area. It's very, very difficult. And so I think the more opportunities that we can identify and support systems that will help them, will help to create that, stronger and better environment that, I think you've heard, many of the advocates out here in our audience talk about that we need to have. You may recall that there were concerns that we hadn't opened up our adjoint and that, we weren't hiring subs and we weren't bringing people back in. We learned some of the reasons why internally, that's not really what we want to be about. We want to really be about making sure that we're providing services to our students and to our teachers and to other employees that might have a need to be able to progress and grow and be part of our school district. We do have openings. You heard, Ms. Sherry Villa talk about, there's people that are already choosing to go other places, right? We know that there's a constant turnover here in this district. That's not a surprise. We've watched it year after year. About a third of our staff leave every year. We know there's some barriers behind that. We're working on those. I think we're moving in the right direction, but we have not conquered the problem yet. So in looking at this, we just want to be transparent with you with some of the things that we see. And actually, the recommendation for a director of HR operations and the job duties that were out there were an element that was shared with the board at one point by School Services of California when they actually came out and did a study. When I stepped into this role last year, that position was already on a layoff list. Later on resulted in that the person who held that position actually resigning the position, but the position itself was laid off. The more I started looking at what it really said and what it really delivered, really started making better sense to me, especially when we really started digging in deeper to what the operational issues were that were happening within that department. And I'll be honest, we didn't get it right in understanding that. We were just trying to react to the fact that it was being laid off, as both Chris and I came in late last spring, and then trying to make sure that we had an adjustment. We were bringing on talent to be able to help us. But really, when we started really taking a look at some of the other problems that were happening within the department, perhaps the better position really is the director of HR operations and bringing that back in. So it's not something I'd like to come back and bring back multiple times. However, I will share with you as we continue to downsize, you will constantly watch reorganizations of our departments that have to happen. We're going to have those conversations. We're going to have to be transparent, and we have to be able to give you reports annually as to what's happening in our departments to make sure that you're aware and that you can help support us as we provide the services, but also in a downward trend of where we're going to with our students.
Okay. I have a couple requests to speak, and you changed your mind? Or, sorry, Member Agregado? No, it's okay. I must have hit it. Here, there you go.
I think she's catching too.
Thank you. I think with this information, all the numbers being thrown out right now, and also the positions, I think we should revisit this information as collectively, because I think this is something that we really need to look into, the job description and what it really entails. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, downsizing, but the thing is, we're really making a decision or looking into making a decision, but not taking into consideration of what the job description entails. So I would like to just come back to this.
Member Hill?
Thank you, President Jones. So I've lived through some of these reorgs. I mean, and the challenge, right, is that our HR department, since I've been on the board, has faced a lot of. Could we keep that back up?
Yeah, I'm fixing that. Fix the numbers for you.
And challenges, and I think that one of the challenges, quite frankly, is that we've had people come into the HR position who had experience in education but didn't have experience in HR. And so when I first came on, we had a person named Jessica Saavedra, who prior to her taking on that role, I believe she was an elementary school principal. And we faced a number of issues, and we ended up actually cleaning up a lot of messes afterwards. And then after she left, we had Catherine Waters, who also didn't have any prior HR experience. And again, we had a number of challenges, and we had a lot of extra costs associated with that. And so we did hire school services at one point, and my memory is a little bit fuzzy around that, but my recollection was that, again, they were kind of, they were talking about some kind of consolidation, and we did it, but it didn't work. And what I'm really concerned about here, and I don't proclaim to be an HR expert. I know just enough to be dangerous, but I am an expert in consulting, and I am an expert in putting together plans that are going to stand the test of time. And I think that the challenge that we have here, right, is that I believe that we're being reactive to some issues that we're facing. And I think that if we proceed forward with this, we're just going to be back having the same conversation a year from now, 2 years from now. And so my suggestion is, if we need some people in the interim to perform certain HR activities, that we talk about bringing them on a temporary or a contract basis. And I think that in parallel to that, that we should hire a truly professional consulting, a consultant, either somebody that has significant HR experience or a firm that is bringing in people that have significant HR experience. And they help us do, which is really what the right thing to do is, to number one, say, well, so what's your goal? So what are we trying to achieve with this HR organization? And there's probably multiple goals. And then we talk about, okay, then what type of organizational structure do you need to put in place to accomplish those goals? And then what are the associated titles? What are the associated salaries? And you then really have a robust strategy. But I really feel like we're kind of winging it right now. And I think that we shouldn't, right? We should do things right, and we should take the time to do it. And let's have a professional consulting company, engage a professional consulting company in coming in and looking at this, coming in and providing a detailed report to the board with recommendations. And in the interim, if we need to make some adjustments to staffing, to support activities, I say we do. But I just look intuitively, and again, I'm not an HR expert, but I am an expert in basically running organizations. And I've never seen a situation where you consolidate positions and you say, somehow we're going to find this Superman or Superwoman, and all of a sudden they're going to be able to do all this work. So I see us taking, on the left-hand side, more bodies, and on the right-hand side, converting it into fewer bodies, with the assumption that somehow we're going to have super people that do all this work. And I will tell you, I've never seen that happen in real life. And so I know that those numbers on the right-hand side are going to increase with this model on the right. And so I say, let's take a deep breath, let's take a step back, let's do it right. And in the interim, if we need additional resources, we bring them in on a contract basis. So that's my recommendation.
So I have a question. As we look at what's on the left, and it sounded like when you were explaining this, Dr. Walker, that some of these positions, like the manager for HR and the manager of HR personnel sub, that was basically one position that was divided into two roles. Is that correct? So maybe we're looking at 6 months of one person and 6 months of another person. I'm just trying to kind of put the pieces together to see that, because it looks like a lot more people on the left than it does on the right. Mm-hmm. Yet all those people were not in the office at the same time. So it feels like it's kind of misrepresenting the number of people that were there versus the number of people that you're looking at for 25, 26, which is pared down. It has some similarities, but how do, taking out the assistant soup, the admin assistant, and the clerk, and looking at those other positions, including the consultant, how does that measure up against the director of HR of operations?
Mm-hmm. So first off, the history behind the positions and how long they were there, and if it's part year, et cetera. I know that Superintendent Vicar has that information regarding the HR technician and manager personnel. But one of the differences here is that the manager of HR That job description is best filled by the director of operations, and a lot of the duties that the HR technician and manager of HR personnel and even work that the consultants working on would be things that the director of operations would embody.
So at any one time, were there 3 people doing those jobs that now we're asking one person to do? Or were they all at different times? Do you kind of you see where
I don't believe.
what I'm getting
Yeah, it's a different increment. So the manager of HR position wasn't filled. Instead, it was covered by a sub for the first semester, right? So we had a substitute person in there that was helping with that.
Right.
Then we hired someone around mid-December, if I recall correctly, is when we hired someone to come back in as being the manager of HR. So then the sub position kind of fades out, right? So it kind of shifts out. So it really doesn't even exist today. We're just trying to show you, here's how much we spent this past year. And by the way, this is meant to be a conversation. And I know we haven't had many conversations about our reorganizations, but we really felt this was an important one to bring to you because it is the heart of what it takes for us to be able to do the right thing by attracting people and retaining people. And so we really felt this was a great place to have a conversation. I'm not opposed to bringing in another organization to come take a look at it, but I can tell you that we need some additional support systems in order to be able to make sure that we're running at full operation. We're not quite there yet, but we want to let you know what this looks like. We wanted to let you know how much money's been spent. We felt like you should know that. And we also wanted to tell you where we're at today and what our recommendation is, at least for at least one key position that we think perhaps really the better job description was the director of HR operations. After we really got it in there and taken a look at where we're at with it, and as we're really starting to work through this. And again, I wouldn't have known that information last year when we made the decision and gave you a recommendation. It was kind of a triage. And that's what I think I'm going to call it, is it was a triage situation. We were working hard very quickly to plug some holes because we were suddenly without a lot of people at a critical time where we were closing out a school year and starting a school year. This is a chance for us to kind of come back and take a look. I don't mind taking a little bit more time doing that, but we really felt like this was a great place to have a good starting conversation with our Board of Education, and therefore we're presenting this to you this evening.
Well, I appreciate that. I have kind of one more comment or question, and that is to both of you. Do you feel like this is based on what you know, and I know you haven't been in the position for long, and you know Trudy's been here helping us and working really long and hard and doing an incredible job. So, and the 3 of you have been doing this now. I know you're kind of new to it, but do you feel like if we were to, you know, do you feel like this could really work? I mean, we have done so. You know, we've had kind of these 2023 reorg, 2024 reorg. Now we're looking at this again, but that's part of what it seems to me, that's part of what comes when we are downsizing, we are making budget cuts, we're trying to be efficient and effective. And by doing that, it does take a fluidity to our departments. We have to continue to look. Did this budget cut and these positions, did it work for us? Or has it not worked and we need to reevaluate and maybe we need to bring this position back or that position back? And I'm talking, you know, in general, all departments at this point, but specifically for HR, we have gone through a cycle. To me, it seems, you know, in my experience of what's been happening, it seems like the team that's in there now is, you guys are being really effective. I know you're working like crazy, but you're also really effective in what you are doing and the knowledge that you're bringing to the positions, even though it is new. But it's definitely something that your experience, I believe, in SPED and everything that you've done there kind of carries over into the personnel parts of things. So, you know, I appreciate you outlining it so clearly in terms of positions and money and explaining kind of, you know, yeah, those 2 jobs kind of, you know, they tailed one after the other. and bringing it forward. I think it would be good for us to look at it a little bit more, but personally, as I look at this, and I've had some conversations, I kind of like what you're bringing forward. I mean, personally, myself. Anyone else? Looks like Member Black.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I had multi-part comment/question. So I mean, I think there's some appeal to the idea of hiring a director of HR at a higher salary position if it means that we're getting a more skilled person who will be more likely to stay and contribute really effectively over the long term. I was curious if we have any sense of what the pool is like for that type of position out there. Like, do we think we'd be able to find a good person easily for that kind of a role?
Thank you. First off, I do want to say that I'm aware of the error in calculation on this. I'm staring at it. I want to say another thing. Do we ever have enough people to support in any department in public education right now? I think that's why we bring it forward as a draft, to look and see how can we best support the needs of our teachers, our families, our students with what we have. To answer your question, this is the time. If we're going to do it, this is the time, because people are applying for jobs April 1st. Waiting till June, July would be a disaster. I don't know that there's a perfect answer, because I think, like anything, it unfolds and we see more needs shift and change, and we have to pivot. But based off of the work that Trudy has done, my right arm, and in that office, she's doing a tremendous job and doing the work of many different roles. So I feel confident that we would be able to support and recruit.
Thank you. I mean, I think just to follow up on that, I think certainly I wish we had been able to see this before tonight. And I, hear the public comments saying that we ought to take our time with this, and it would have been ideal to be able to have a couple of days to process this in advance. But I also hear a potential adverse effect of waiting if it means that we don't get a quality person to fill a role that'll play a really instrumental role in bringing in new staff for the upcoming school year and things like that. I'm a little hesitant in wanting to bring in more consultants. I feel like we've heard from a lot of community members about frustration about the number of dollars that have been put into consultants, and they have a role and they have a place. But if we can bring in someone in-house who's going to be really skilled and help get things in order, I think I'm inclined to think that this is a good idea if we can find a quality person for that role. So I think that's my 2 cents on the matter.
Thank you.
Member Hill?
So as some people know, I teach, am I on? There we go.
You're on.
Some people know I teach business over at Cupertino High School, and ironically, I'm teaching the unit on marketing right now. And one of the things I'm teaching my kids is about promotions. And one of the things that goes along with promotions is usually you must buy within a certain time period or your deal is going to disappear. And so that's how marketing people get you to buy. But in my opinion, we're not trying to build an organization for the next month, for the next semester, for the next 3 years. We're trying to build a robust organization that is going to really carry us into the future. And again, this just really lacks detail. We don't even know, as Member Anguiano had mentioned, we don't even know what the job responsibilities are for these different positions. But what I will just tell you, based on kind of my experience, is that when we have more chiefs here than we have people that are doing the work. And it seems to me that we're not going to be having less work, we're going to be having more. And so this idea that we have to rush and make a decision, I think that's false.
I don't think anyone's asking you to rush.
No,
I'm sorry, if that's what's being portrayed. This is a conversation. that we're bringing forward. I'm not asking you to rush. I'm actually presenting something to you. Do I have concerns? I do, but I really felt it was important for me to show you, here's how much money we spent this past year. Here's where we're at this year. Here's where we think that we might need to navigate towards. And I wanted to really have a discussion. And so this is really meant to be a conversation. And it's not meant to be a critical thing. It's meant to be able for us, if we need to go back and go gather more information, we want to be able to do that. We want to be able to make sure that you have the information to make a really good informed decision. But this is a starting conversation. And I plan to do this with each of our different departments as we move forward, because I think we need to have those discussions, and we've not had time this year to have this kind of in-depth discussion.
Because what would be helpful, and then again, I mean, is this an action item?
No, draft, discussion.
Okay. So it says action consent.
It could be action consent. I mean, I didn't know where it was gonna go, but it's not,
Okay.
there's no
Because-
pressure here.
Because I really think that we need to sit down and actually, number one, say, what are we trying to achieve in this department, right? So what are the different things that we do in this department and various goals, and how do we measure output? And then we talk about the organization that's going to help do that. And I think that we really need to have job profiles, because that's the point where we can see, do we have enough people? Because my concern is that, we end up, because we're concerned about competitiveness, et cetera, trying to go and bump up positions. But then what we ultimately find out is that even when you increase somebody's salary, if they're working 120% of the day, they're going to quit. And so what's going to happen is we're going to have this expensive position, and then we're going to have to go add in additional positions to backfill. And so I think it's much better for us to sit down and say, what are the goals? What are the things that we actually really need to do to achieve those goals? What people, what are their specific responsibilities? And if we could see, an org chart and a description of that, that would make me much more comfortable in making this decision.
Right, that definitely is helpful for us, I think, as we, look forward to being able to figure out how we provide the best delivery, right? We know that this is hiring season. We are most concerned about making sure that we have the optimal people in place to be able to do this. And so, again, this is meant as being a conversation. I'm glad we're having it. I think these are the kind of conversations we haven't been able to have this year. And one of the things that we had talked about doing in our strategic planning is to be able to have more conversations like this, and so that there's more of a feedback going back and forth.
Okay. So we are going to move on and not take action on this. Any other comments or questions on this so we can move on? All right, student prospects for NUSD.
Did you have a speaker on this?
Let me see if I can find that.
Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe it was 11.3 you had the speaker on.
11.4 is the student prospects for Newark Unified. I'm not sure who's. We have a public comment. Ms. Villa and Ms. Parks both would like to speak on this. Okay.
Good evening again. This seems to be a very small company out of Texas. I don't know if any of you looked online. I'd never heard of them before, so I got online and looked. Started out due to a need in Texas. If you look at their website, it seems like it's a very, very small company. What are their experience in California? None of their information on their website addresses anything in California. What districts in California have they worked with? What has been their success? I think these are some questions that I hope you get answers to before you agree to this $37,000 contract. Here are a few of Michael Fine's recommendations when he addressed the board last April. He said to focus on student achievement. And the reason he was addressing the board was because of the financial issue, trying to bring you in more revenue. He gave a budgetary thing. So these were some of his insights as far as what could help you generate revenue, bring students into the district. He said to focus on student achievement. He said to increase ADA, worry about the kids that you already have and get them in school. Because of course your ADA brings in a lot of revenue if it's where it was before COVID hit us. We were at almost 97% ADA. Get your SPED financials under control. His words, the expenses are whacked out. Quality leadership, employee compensation and benefits, budget, monitoring internal controls, and maintain your facilities. Those are his recommendations on how to have a strong district. But more importantly, because this is regarding the student prospects, get those kids the ADA and the student achievement, and you'll get the kids that move here, that live here, or that our parents are looking, that realtors, what do they look at? When they're with a realtor, what are they looking at? They're looking online to see what the test scores are. So student achievement is very important. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Okay.
Thank you. So this actually is in response to talking with the board in the past about our capture rate. And what do we do with our capture rate, and what have we done with our capture rate in the past? And we've done nothing with it. We continue to have studies done that tell us what our demographics are. That's okay to have, but we can get that information in lots of different varieties of ways. And then Board Member Thomas has asked us about our capture rate. The issue is the capture rate doesn't drill down to where the families are. And so this new data, this is a way of being able to mine through GIS mapping and to actually identify some of the families that are not currently coming and may not know about our programs and may choose to put their children into other programs. In particular, looking at early education, we want to make sure that we are letting our families know who may not currently have other children in our district about the services that we have to offer. This is actually kind of a marketing element, right? And so being able to reach in and be able to identify who our residents are and the children that might be in those residents that are no longer coming to our schools, and being able to work on a marketing plan that would directly invite them to come back in and be part of our community, be part of our school system, to be able to provide some opportunity to them to have a wonderful education right here in Newark. This is kind of an unusual group. It is a small group. They are new to California. They are working in a few different school districts. I'm sorry, I don't have the information right now in front of me. I did actually write it all down, and I don't have that here in my notes. But I have gone back to go see what they've done. I am confident that they would be able to help us in a way that we've not been able to help ourselves before, or that our captured data has not provided us with actually giving us resident addresses that kind of match up to children in certain age groups. This type of marketing is done all the time for a variety of businesses that reach in and work inside communities, neighborhoods, to be able to either sell a product, to be able to sell a service. And I don't know why we wouldn't do this as a school district. It seems an affordable way for us to sit there and see if this would bring us more students, which I believe it would. And instead of just constantly reaching out to our same families that are already engaged with us, this gives us a chance to be able to go out and really do some direct supportive mailing, or even offer registration dates in various communities that might have children that we're not going off and providing those services to. So it's a forward way of thinking. It's something new, something different, and something I'm bringing to you for consideration discussion here this evening.
Thanks for the explanation. A couple of questions. First, so just to clarify, just thinking about it, from a financial perspective, if this costs $36,000 more or less, basically if 3 new students were recruited as a result of this, we'd break even, more or less?
More or less, actually, I think it's about 4.
Okay, so 4 new students would amount to breaking even?
Yes.
What different vendors were explored in this process, and how did you arrive at the decision on this one in particular?
Yeah, this is one that when we were at CSBA, I was really trying to pay attention to see if there was somebody else that did the surveys that we were looking at, that we've been working with, that to me, we've been getting the same information year after year from our companies. And to me, what they weren't giving us was the information that Board Member Thomas has consistently asked us for. How do we get the capture information? And we really don't get that capture data. What we get is we are told that there's a certain percentage, they're here, but we really don't know where they're at. We just know that they are here in this area. And this really kind of hones down and really gets into kind of the weeds. And so on the vendor floor, this was one of the vendors I was actually working with, looking at, talking with many of the different GIS companies that were out there and how they perform their services. This one caught my interest because of how they were using GIS information, which is exactly what many companies use in order to be able, like I said, to sell their services, to be able to convince prospective people out there that they've got the very best thing. And I thought this is a great way for us to go back in and go market. And it was done in a very affordable fashion that I felt it wasn't as risky as some other things that we might go off and invest in. That I really felt like we would be able to probably find for sure 4 students that could come back in. And then over the years, we would actually still have those students as investment. Most students that come to our school district don't leave. They love Newark Unified School District. We learned that from the bond. We know our families and our community are completely engaged. And to me, this was a very reasonable cost and one that I felt was a service that I should bring to the board, is an opportunity to be able to reach in and really talk, especially about our primary age children, looking at our TK, our future TK students, letting our parents know that we actually have a program out there available to them and the other services that go along with it. To me, this is a golden opportunity to talk with that brand new parent. And I'll be honest, I think about my daughter-in-law who's got a 4-year-old getting ready to start school. And honestly, she had no idea where to begin. It's great that I'm the superintendent up here, but she doesn't get that information from her school district. She doesn't know when the first day of registration was going to be. She wasn't getting that information. There isn't really a newspaper anymore that we take out ads in to be able to really put that information out there. We could do a card out to everyone, but that's really expensive to go off and do mailers and put mailers out. So we could do more direct focus mailing and be able to reach out to those households. Or like I said, if there's a lot of students in one particular area that aren't coming here, for us to go out and actually offer registration day in their own community, that might be something that we could actually go take on the road and really go let those families know that we want to be able to welcome them into Newark Unified School District. So it is a different model. I don't know that it'll work. I know it's been successful in a couple small school districts that have done some of this work, and they did show me some of the data, how they were able to capture what they were doing, and it definitely piqued my interest enough that I felt like this is something I wanted to bring back to my board for a conversation.
Thank you. Seems like relatively low risk and potentially high reward if we ended up with kids who are then spending 12 years in the school system.
Yeah, agreed.
Member Hill.
So, again, I've lived through some of these things before, and so that shapes my perspective on things. So when we had Superintendent Triplett on board, there was concerns that we're losing enrollment and we need to go out and market. And so we went out and we hired a consultant. We hired a company to go out and market, and it was a total disaster. And basically, I don't think that it had any measurable impact on enrollment. And I have 2 concerns related to this proposal. So first is purely from a marketing perspective. And what a lot of people don't understand is a lot of people think, and literally I'm teaching my kids about this right now, they think that marketing is advertising, right? They think that marketing is going and sending mailers. But when you look at, when you talk to professional marketers, what they talk about is they say marketing is about the 4 Ps: product, price, place, and promotion. And one of the most important things that ultimately drives success in marketing is the product, right? And so in my opinion, is what we really need to focus in on, is if we have a great school district, people are going to be beating a path to our door. If we don't have a great school district, it doesn't matter if we spend millions and millions of dollars on advertising, our enrollment's going to continue to go down. And so, again, I really think that that's where we need to be putting our focus, and I think that this is a distraction. But when I look at these particular guys, I am super concerned. I'm looking at their website right now, right? So it's Mobility Blueprint, and for people that are supposedly helping us with marketing, they can't even market their own services. I don't even see any customers listed out on their website. And so I don't think that these guys know what they're doing. And also, you know, oftentimes effective marketing has an understanding of local needs. And if these guys are out of state, they don't have any street cred in this area, I think there's a danger, you know, so, you know, I heard people say, well, what's the potential downside for anybody that's watching TV these days and watching PG&E with their disastrous ads trying to describe basically what they're doing to respond to wildfires and how it looks so ridiculous. If you don't have people that know what they're doing, you actually end up giving yourself a black eye. And so, number one, I think that in general we should be focusing in on the product, you know, really, and not get distracted with this stuff. But if we're talking about ultimately marketing, we need to get a much better team in place, and it needs to be somebody that has local knowledge because and experience. Because if you go out and look at this at their website, I mean, again, if they can't market themselves, how can they market for us? So
They're not, let me be very clear. They're not a marketing company. We would have to develop a marketing plan to go along with this. This really is about targeting addresses and in capturing the students that we haven't been able to capture. The same conversation you've been having for a long time. This is about GIS mapping. This is a very different product than just doing the marketing piece. The marketing piece is we would either have to hire a marketing company or we would have to develop our own marketing campaign to go along with it to talk about our schools for the message that we want to be able to get out. They don't put out the message for us. They provide us with the addresses to the families by age group. That's what we're going to get. And so it's really diving deeper into that captured data to be able to find out where the students are that are not coming here. It's a little bit different. So it's not, again, I think it's a new wave. I think it's something that's a little edgy. I won't disagree with that. And I don't think the company is about marketing themselves. I think it was really about trying to solve a problem and to be able to do with exactly what I think I've heard the board talk about. Where's our captured data? How do we do something with it? And you know what? You can't do anything with your captured data. It doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you anything. It's bad data, in my opinion. I mean, it tells you enough about who your population is, and it tells you some other things, but it doesn't pinpoint. It doesn't go into looking at services and where goods are going to, and it's not looking at all those things that when you're really designing and trying to do serious reach out, that's not what our capture data has been getting for us. It just doesn't do it. That document doesn't help us.
So what I'd recommend then is let's have them come in and do the pitch, right? So let's have them come and zoom in or whatever and show us this is our product, this is how we can use it, this is what the benefits are. And, you know, I think that will give us a sense of whether it's going to work or not.
I think that sounds like fun. Actually, I think it'd be a fun conversation to have. Okay. And again, I'm bringing this to you, again, as a conversation about how do we sit there and how do we do some forward thinking about doing outreach to our children. When I think about my daughter-in-law and the fact that she doesn't even know where to begin in her school district because no one's sending her information from that school district. She doesn't know when the start date is. She's a brand new parent who's got a TKer that's coming into light. And if it wasn't for her mother-in-law saying to her, hey, you should be making sure that you're getting, you know, my grandson signed up for school, she wouldn't necessarily know to do that. And I would have to imagine that she's not the only parent out there that's in that situation.
If I were just to comment, I want to just emulate what Member Block said about how it's a low risk, potential high reward opportunity. And it's actually something like that we always talk about, oh, we need to increase our ADA, and it provides like a tangible solution, possible solution to something that we've been talking about for a while. So I am on board with this.
Thank you. I hear both sides. I hear, that absolutely we need to really tap into, the technology. However, our best marketing or our best tools are our students, our staff, our teachers, our community, our admins. We have to do a better job going out there and building rapport, going to daycare centers, really reaching out. If we're going to invest in something, we're going to go ahead and invest in families, right? And because we already have a lot of families in Newark, but we just have to get out of our comfort zone and go out there and meet them. We have to open up our schools. In order for that to happen, we have to have good-looking schools. We have to have good operable schools. Yes, test scores is one thing, and we're working on that. However, I think that going into a Montessori or going into a small daycare center and bringing in and meeting people, right? Buying, investing into little onesies, saying, hey, future Newark student, let's go ahead and you start planting the seed. You start having, our families do have siblings. We have to maintain the families in order for them not to leave Newark. We have to do a better job. And we have to break the stigma of what Newark is. How Newark was and the potential that we have to put that on the pedestal, and we have to just work on that, as we've always done. So I really believe that if we do have the proper individuals, the passionate individuals, we could go ahead and come out and we could go ahead and bring in and market, because the best marketing tool would be word of mouth. And that would be our families, our students, and our teachers. But if we don't have our teachers on the same page that we want them to be, and that's, comfortable, we're not going to go ahead and continue to have that. We're going to go ahead and just beat ourselves against the wall. So I appreciate that, bringing in other individuals, technology, which is a great tool. However, I think we have to work from the inside out, not outside in.
Okay, so it sounds like perhaps we don't want to take action on this at this point.
So
kinda
could
what
we,
I'm hearing.
so could we ask Superintendent Vacar to bring in the company?
Yeah, I think it's a good
and
idea.
and to give us more detail around that?
It's a different idea, folks. It's a different approach. It's not something every school district's out there doing. It's something different. I truly enjoyed my conversation with them, and I definitely got the idea and understanding like how you could use GIS mapping to be able to help us do some work. It was definitely intriguing to me, and enough that I felt like I should bring it to you. So I'm more than happy to ask them if they could come in and ask them, invite them in. I think they can show us some data and some work that they've done in their school districts. They are Texas-based. They are just coming into the California market because they know that there's a declining enrollment problem. And I think this is just something I think that is stuff that we haven't taken advantage of as a public education system, that we don't look at forward thinking and thinking about using technology. We don't think about using AI to do some of the things. I understand the frustration from some of our community members that are very much so tied to that on technology, and that us as a school district are not utilizing it. Like, I get it. And so some of these ideas I'm going to be bringing to you, they're going to be a little bit different. And they might take us out of our comfort zone. And they might cause us to think and ask a lot more questions. And I think having a presentation is a great idea. Happy to do so.
I think that would be helpful, and I appreciate you bringing it forward on behalf of Member Thomas, because I know this is something that was really near and dear to her heart, and it is understanding where the students are in the district, or the potential students are, is different from creating a marketing program, for sure. It's two different pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, you don't need to have a demographic study done year after year. Quite frankly, you get the demographics from lots of other places that we are able to capture that information on through CDE, for us to be able to share that information with you, and through our family registrations.
we're actually able to get that information for what we're currently getting. I don't know that we need to pay money for that kind of service year after year. I think every few years it might be a good idea to do it, but I don't think an annual thing to spend money on there is a good sense of money. I'd rather try doing something here a little bit different. So happy to bring it back.
Okay, great. Yeah, go ahead.
One last thing I wanted to comment, would it be possible even to bring in our partners, our stakeholders in the community, our real estate agents, really build a good community, base with them, and really have that communication that we go ahead and get information directly from them, so they could go ahead and start, hey, advocating for Newark. So that's an avenue that we could always tap into.
Yeah,
It's a good idea.
okay. 11.5 is K2 readiness screener.
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to Karen Allard, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Thank you. All right. There you go. Good job. Okay. All right, good evening. This K2 screener for reading difficulties presentation will provide background information on a new state requirement for school districts throughout the state of California to implement a reading difficulties screener and NUSD's decision on which screener K2 teachers selected. In partnership with the legislature, the 2023 Budget Act signed by the governor required that beginning with the 25-26 school year, students in kindergarten through second grade be screened for risk of reading difficulties, and districts were provided with a timeline for this implementation. We know the importance of students reading on grade level by the end of third grade. Based on our last I-Ready results, we do have students who are struggling in reading. Since the last I-Ready diagnostic was administered earlier this year, we are very optimistic that these percentages will look different by the end of the school year. However, we do have an opportunity gap, and the screener will help with this. Per education code, the K2 screener needs to be part of our overall approach to monitor students' literacy progress and to identify gaps in students' reading skills. While the screener will be a measure to identify if a student is dyslexic, the screener cannot be used as a tool to identify students for special education. The screener must be given annually, and districts have the discretion when to do this. Students who do not speak sufficient English must be screened in their primary language. And per state guidelines, we are required to inform our board members of our decision by the end of June with an implementation this fall. The K2 screener is aligned to the English Language Arts and English Language Development Framework. The right-hand column provides an overview of the skills that K2 students are assessed in. For example, if we move to the left-hand column, bottom row, for meaning making, K2 students will be orally assessed in their letter sound knowledge, vocabulary, and letters of the alphabet comprehension. All districts can decide when to administer the screener. Preference is after students have had some reading intervention instead of at the beginning of the school year. When a new case student is enrolled at any time during the school year, they must be administered the screening. Parents have to be informed 15 days in advance of when the screener will be administered and within 45 days after results are finalized. Screener presentations also indicated that it will take approximately 6 to 8 minutes per student for them to be screened. While it will be best practice for classroom teachers to administer the screener as they are the experts in the classroom, the state does allow for additional certificated and classified staff to administer the assessment to students. In December, the state announced 4 approved screeners for school districts to select from. The first listed screener currently does not have a kindergarten screener developed, so we did not bring the screener to the K-2 teachers for consideration as we wanted K-2 alignment. The other screeners are listed, as well as the publishing company or institution. In January, 3 teachers who are members of the Curriculum Council and a principal joined me at the county office to participate in a presentation to learn more about each screener. In February and March, representatives from the screener organizations presented information to the K-2 teachers during their district afternoon of learning sessions. After each session in February and March, the K-2 teachers had rich, thoughtful, and purposeful discussions about which screener was the best match for our students. The teachers were given a survey on March 20, and the results were shared with the group. With an unanimous decision, the teachers voted for the Multitude screener. I want to thank the K-2 teachers for their thought partnership and collaboration in this decision. Next steps include professional learning for the teachers and to work side by side with them to think about everything we need to consider for a successful implementation. The teachers will have their first training on April 11th and again on May 16th, giving teachers time well in advance to already start to think about what needs to take place and provide the time for collaboration. Before school starts in August, we will again come back to further discuss. The Multitude K-2 Reading Difficulty Screener will provide us with insightful data and information to help close the opportunity gap for our youngest students and be reading on grade level, and I look forward to sharing our initial data with you next school year. Open for any questions that you may have or would like to be provided with additional information.
That's perfectly all right. Never blocked.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm really excited to hear about the plan for this, and I hope it really helps us catch students early and provide them with the interventions that are needed. Just had 2 quick questions. First, about like what the difference is between the kindergarten first and second grade screener. Like how, like, are they the identical one that they're administered 3 years in a row just to make sure nobody falls through the cracks? And if a student is identified as potentially needing extra intervention, what will those interventions look like?
Yes, they will all be different skills per grade level based on their age and
Okay.
their developmentally appropriateness. I think that's a conversation that has to take place with the teacher's input on once we gather the data, what are we going to do with it and what will be the next step to guide their instruction and what do they need in order to do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Do we need to take action on this? Okay. So, motion for the vote on this?
I move to approve the K through K2 readiness screener.
Second? Member Aguiado? All right. And let me do the vote here. Should be open. All right, and we have 5 yeses and Member Thomas is absent. Thank you all. Motion carries. All right, Resolution 2024.25.33, determination of the tie-breaking criteria. Superintendent Vakar?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to share some information with you. I'm going to turn this over to our Interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Angela Walker.
All right. The determination of tie-breaking criteria pursuant to provisions of Ed Code, Section 44955. The governing board is required to determine the district needs should it become necessary to determine the order of termination for certificated employees who first rendered paid service to the district on the same day. For the 25-26 school year, to meet the requirements of Section 44955, the governing board determines the needs of the district and the students by establishing the following tie-breaking criteria. The following rating system shall be applied in determining the order of termination of certificated employees. A, preliminary and clear life credentials, rating 1 point per preliminary, 2 points per clear life credential. B, authorization for English language learners, ELL, rating 3 for B-CLAD and 1 for CLAD. C, supplementary authorizations, ratings +1 per supplementary authorization. D, earned degrees beyond the bachelor's or bachelor's of science level, rating +1 per degree. Tie-breaking procedure. In the event that certificated employees with common dates of hires have equal qualifications based on application of the above criteria, the district will then break ties by utilizing a lottery. Can I get a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, President Jones.
I second that.
Thank you, Mr. Anguiano.
All right, and voting is started. I'm working on it. There we go. Okay. I have 5 yeses and Member Thomas absent. Okay, and, all right, we're good. So 4 yes and 1 present, Member Lee. Okay. All right. Consent agenda, excuse me, personnel items, the personnel report. Would anyone like to pull this, or may I ask for a motion? All right, may I ask for a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the PAL.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Everyone vote. Okay. Let's see, I should have, this is personnel. So Member Lee doesn't vote on personnel, correct? Okay, so that's fine. I have 4 yeses.
I think it's a tiebreaker. I don't know that that's a problem for her to vote on the tiebreaker language.
No, we're on the personnel report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're on the personnel report.
Okay, sorry.
Remotion the second?
Block motioned and Member Lee second. Can she second on a personnel?
Yes, she can second.
Yeah, I think she can second, but she just can't vote. Okay. So motion passes, a personnel report agenda item passes with 4 yeses. Member Thomas not here. Consent agenda, non-personnel items. Let's see, I have a couple speakers on this, or actually Ms. Parks speaking on 1312 and 1314. Yes.
Sorry, before we do that, wouldn't be a board meeting without a request to extend past 10 o'clock.
Oh, this is true. We're so close, we might just make it, but may I have a motion to approve the extension of the meeting at this point till 10:30. We're going to shoot for 10:30 tonight. May I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to extend to 10:30.
Okay. May I have a second?
I second that.
Okay. 10:30 extension. Let me get the vote ready and go. All right, and a tally of absent Member Thomas. Okay. Motion second. Sorry, I like to take notes on all of this to make sure that I check when we're looking at this later. All right, so we have 5 yeses. Thank you very much. All right, now, Ms. Parks, would you like to speak on 1312? And she also has 1314. We'll hear public comment on both of those first.
Thank you. This uniform complaint investigation, the contract says that the amount is for $5,000. But in the background, it says that legal services include skills to assist the client in developing a response to the underlying complaints leading to their investigation not to exceed $15,000. So just wanting to point out the conflict between what the agenda item says, the amount being only 5,000, the contract saying only 5, and yet this background says up to 15.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other item, the uniform construction cost policy. Even though the public contract code limit increase, which sparks the change in the CSBA policy, you have financial and contract issues. There are so many issues that Superintendent Vicar in February said that she's bringing the contracts before you on a monthly basis instead of quarterly. Why increase the amount at this time? Once the district's business office is fully staffed and trained, which should help reduce these issues, then I would suggest that you have that, or I would request that that's when you increase the amounts once you have the staff trained that knows what they're doing, since there's issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
President Jones, can I comment on that one piece? Okay. For the investigative service, thank you, Ms. Parks. The $5,000 is the retainer, and the entire contract should not exceed the $15,000.
If I could just respond to board policy that was referenced.
3311.1?
Yes, so with regards to contract law, this actually is, so we had to actually follow the contract code. That's one of the things that we are supposed to do. We actually have already been following that. It's actually been in all the board policies, even with having an increase. We may not be bringing this policy to you every single year, but we definitely bring you documents that talk about what we're using as being our legal requirements that we're supposed to follow. And so we do follow those. We did go back and increase it because CSBA did not provide the most updated language in there for what the code is. It changes on an annual basis. Typically goes up, doesn't go down. I haven't seen it go down in a long time. But that is really what we're supposed to follow. This is the intent of the law. This is the public contract code that we're supposed to be following. And this is the criteria that we're asking you for.
We're gonna vote. I wanted to handle public comment first, have a response to that, and then we can vote. So at this point, I'll ask, does anyone want to pull an item specifically from the non-personnel items agenda? Okay, Member Hill?
Yeah, I would like to pull 13.15.
13.15, the design build contracts? Okay. Anyone else want to pull another item?
I just wanted to make sure we got clarity on 13.12 about what the situation was. Could we just pull it briefly just to make sure we're all on the same page about what's going on there? I think Dr. Walker, you had started to provide an explanation.
Did you want further?
Yeah.
Yes, the retainer for the investigation service is $5,000. So, but the actual services, we're saying that it would not exceed $15,000 for the investigation. So that's where the misalignment is. $5,000, the dollar amount that we put down for the retainer, but the services would not exceed $15,000 for the investigations.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for a motion on 13.2 through 13.11. 13.13 and 13.15 through 13.29, excluding 13.26 and 13.27 that were already pulled this evening. So, would someone like to make that motion, or do you want me to read them and then I can just get the motion? And second. All right, I'm going to do it that way. All right, may I have a motion for 13.2 through 13.11, 13.13, 13.15 through 13.25? 1316 through 1325 and 1328 and 1329. May I have a motion for those? Please.
I move.
Okay. Motion is Hill, and a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Anguiano. All right. Ms. Lemus, are we okay on which ones have been pulled?
Can you repeat?
I sure can. 1312, 1315, 1326, and 1327.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, may I have a vote, please? Looks like maybe I'm the only one that wasn't voting. Are you abstaining, Gabriel? Or have you just not voted yet? That's okay. No worries. All right, we have 5 and absent. Okay, we are now going to go back to 1312. And we had a discussion about that, a discussion on 12. We will be taking a separate vote on that one with the clarification from Dr. Walker. Do we need to write anything else, do you feel, for 1312? For clarity's sake?
I'm happy to clarify and write what the retainer fee is, as well as the amount that we would not exceed in services.
Okay.
I'm happy to correct that.
I think
Okay.
Ms. Parks' concern is that the not to exceed is not actually stated in the contract. Is that correct? I don't see it in there. Is that going to be an issue going forward?
No, we'll
Sorry, my suggestion would be that we approve this item on the condition that you go back to the service provider and you have them write into the contract the not to exceed 15,000 language.
will do.
Okay. All right, so may I have a motion for 1312?
I'll make a motion to approve upon the condition that the not to exceed 15,000 is worked into the contract.
Okay, and a second?
I second.
Okay, Member Hill, thank you. And we will start voting. All right, and we have 5 passes. Thank you. Motion passes. We are down to 1315 and design build contracts. Member Hill.
Thank you, President. Yeah, so I understand that maybe the procurement code is changing, but I would like to recommend that even if CSBA is behind, I'd like to recommend that we keep the CSBA amounts for right now, and here's the reason why. So we have such poor documentation in our procurement procedures. I mean, it's not even really fair to say that they're procedures. And so my concern is that in my experience, there's never a problem in keeping tighter approvals so that you can keep an eye on things. And then once we have good documented procurement procedures and good, well-documented internal controls, then we can start to loosen those amounts. But I really think that we need to keep tighter controls on this until we get that documentation in place.
May I respond?
Yes,
Two
please.
things. First of all, I think we're talking about a different item, because I think you pulled 3.15, which is the administrative regulation for design build contracts. I think you meant to pull 13.14, which is uniform construction costs for accounting procedures, which actually has those pieces in it.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I want to go back and make sure that you've already voted on the other one.
Yeah.
If you all want to rescind it, you can rescind it by all means, but let me just talk with you a little bit about this. So all year, we have been following the other policy, because even within your policy for uniform construction costs for accounting procedures, in your policy, you talk about the fact that you are going to follow the code no matter what. So we follow the code, even though the original standard was this at the time that CSBA presented it. I may not come back and we may not redo this policy. Matter of fact, the last time you did this policy was like in 2018. We didn't go back to the 2018 elements, and let me just pull up with how much that was. Over the years, we have followed what the law requires us to do, and that is to follow the, make sure I've got the right language here. The law requires us to follow the Public Contract Code 22032. Again, those dollar amounts are set by that public contract code, and that is what we are supposed to follow. The piece that's in here, honestly, I don't think it even matters if it has, no matter what the dollar amount is, we still have to follow the public contract code. If I went back to what it was before, we originally started at 45,000, later on changed to 60,000, which is what, so the first time, so as of last year, it would have been 45,000, but we didn't follow $45,000 last year. We followed the public contract code, which brought us up to a higher number, probably closer to the $60,000 that we followed last year. This year, that contract code changed to 75,000. We've been following that new public contract code because that's what your board policy tells you that we're going to do, is that we're going to follow the public contract code. The actual dollar amount doesn't always stay up to date inside this board policy.
But that's actually the problem, right? And so I spent a lot of time looking at our procurement operations a couple of years ago, and I know that they haven't changed, right? And I think that the important thing to understand here is the public contract code is basically saying you cannot go higher than this, but it is not saying you cannot go lower than this. So we can put in tighter controls. And the challenge that we have is we actually have some very spotty procurement procedures. And I remember going through these with former CBO Maria De La Cruz. And we had inconsistencies in a variety of different areas. And this whole area really needs to get cleaned up. And so I think that before we start approving any new levels, that we need to have very clear processes, because right now we don't even have clear processes around who requests an item, what approval chain does that go through, and what are the approval amounts for those different levels, and then who does it ultimately get handed off to then actually source. So we don't have documentation around any of that stuff, and what has happened is that we literally have had people who, and this is a complete violation of procurement internal controls, where you have people who are requesting items ending up also acting in and sourcing those items, and so they are acting both as the requester and the purchasing manager, and that then ends up getting you into a lot of trouble, right? And so what I'm saying is let's, because we do have tighter controls in our spotty procurement procedures. And again, we shouldn't have any misalignment between our procurement procedures and, quite frankly, what's in board policy. But I would expect that our procedures are the things that we're following. And so what
Sorry, but I'm pretty sure that's what she just said.
No, she said board policy. I'm telling you that our procurement procedures are different. And these are the things that people are using on a day-to-day basis. And they need to be cleaned up. And so I would like for us to use this as an opportunity to go in and really revisit these processes. And once we get these processes set up, then we can start to talk about, following public contract code in terms of going up the dollar value. But I am confident that what the state says is the state does not say you must have these limits, and you cannot have less than these limits. What it says is you cannot exceed these limits, but you can insert tighter controls. And in my opinion, if you have loosey-goosey procedures, it's always good to have tight controls.
So then we would be in violation of things that we have already done this year based on what you're saying. I'm going to tell you is we've been following the public contract code, which is what we follow every single year. So even within your board policies, it allows you to make sure that you follow your public contract code if there's a change. We actually have some restrictions with things that we actually have to turn into the state. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to withdraw this. I also want to be able to get a legal opinion because I'm not so sure that if some of the things, some of the agencies that we've agreed to go into to be able to source some of these things, if we're not following public contract code, that we wouldn't be in violation by not notifying this correctly in our board policy. And so I definitely want to go back and make sure that I have clarification so that we are not doing something wrong with some of the other agencies that we've been involved with being able to clean up and do the right procedures. And by the way, I feel very strongly about what we are doing currently with our procurement pieces, and especially on some of the elements that we're talking about here. Do I still think we've got work to do? Of course I still think we've got work to do, but I think we are moving in the right direction, Mr. Hill. And I totally agree with you that we need to make sure that we have the legal opinion to make sure that we are not violating anything with public contract code, because we have signed off on other kinds of documents with other agencies, including CUPCA and other sources that we go into stating that we are going to follow this public contract code. So I just want to make sure that we're on the legal side of this.
I mean, I would say that that's perfectly fine, and I think it would be good to maybe bring Mr. Lozano or whoever into our open session to talk about it. But I am confident, right? I am absolutely confident that those limits are the outer limits, and that the board has every right and capability to put tighter controls over anything. And so, because it wouldn't make sense otherwise, right? And so if we have concerns that we want to make sure that there's proper approvals, then we can put tighter controls. The thing we can't do is we can't put looser controls there. So we can't say, well, all of a sudden,
Yeah, you can't increase to 85,000 and 75,000.
Correct, but you can make it tighter.
But I will tell you that we have been following the public contract code up until now, and therefore some of the things that we have done would be in violation, just so you're aware.
Yeah. I mean, and what I'm concerned about, right, is if these things are changing and yet they're not being documented in our procedures.
They are being documented, sir.
So can we have the procedures sent to us? Because when I looked at them last, I went into this in great detail. They were very spotty. Now, if we've updated them, that's great, but I'd like to see them. And I think that the other thing that's important is, if we're starting to change things, that means that we need to update our procedures. Because the problem is that the average person that's involved in these approval chains, they're not reading board policy. They're following procedures. And then also and ultimately, if you make any changes in these procedures that are in any kind of automated workflow, you've got to go update the amounts in that workflow. And so do we have a process for doing that? So I'm very concerned, right, how tight are our tolerances around this? And I've seen a lot of times where this stuff gets out of control. And so I'm just using this as an opportunity to say, let's take a second look and let's really scrub this and make sure that it's tight.
Okay, so based on what we have already done, I believe we need to rescind 13.14. Our vote on that, and I'm not quite sure how that works, but we did approve 13.14 and not 13.15, and those two had been mistakenly reversed. So we need to rescind 13.14?
You would need to rescind, if that's what the board wants to do is rescind 13.14, you would have to rescind based on the person who made the motion, the person who made the second would have to rescind that particular motion. You would have to have a vote of the board to be able to rescind it.
Okay, so Member Hill motioned and Member Aguiano seconded 13.14 as part of our bulk approval. So would the two of you like to rescind your motion and second?
I'll move to rescind this, and then we can go back and approve the new version.
Okay, so do we rescind the whole thing and then
I think
take?
you can just rescind 13 point, you can modify your motion to rescind 13.14, is it?
Well, if we rescind the whole thing, then we can wrap 1315 into it.
Yes.
So if we just rescind the entire vote that we took on the bulk of them,
Okay.
or we can just rescind that one. Any preference, Member Hill and Member Aguiano, since you were the two that motioned and seconded?
Please simplify this. Please simplify this for the minutes. Rescind the whole thing.
Okay, we are going to rescind the vote that we took on 13.2 through 1311, 1313, 1314, 1316 through 1325, 1328 through 13 and 1329. We are rescinding that vote. Do I have a motion for that?
I move to rescind.
I second that.
Thank you.
You need to call for the vote.
Okay. Are you running up? Are you with us?
I believe so. Can you repeat what you're rescinding?
We are rescinding the whole previous vote.
13.2 through 13.11?
13.13, 13.14, 13.16 through 13.25, 1328, 1329. Okay. So, starting over. Looking at the consent agenda on non-personnel items, may I have a motion for 13.2 through 13.11, 13.13, 13.14, no, 13.15 through 13.25, and 13.28, and 13.29.
I move.
Okay. And may I have a second for that?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. Motion is made by Member Hill. Second is made by Member Aguiano. May I have a vote, please? All right. 5. Member Thomas is absent. Okay, we are going to go back to 1314, and we are pulling 1314, correct?
Yes. If we can pull it, and again, I'd just like to make sure that we have, I mean, because my feeling again is that having approval limits is not necessarily an excessively burdensome thing. And now granted, if our approval limits were at the $5,000 level, that would be problematic. But we're talking about already pretty high dollar figures. And so my recommendation is that we keep what CSBA has right now. And let's go back and let's look at our policies and our procedures.
And I think if CSBA were to present this today and we weren't so far behind in doing our updated board policies, this would not have been an issue. But we are behind in getting our board policies updated, and therefore that dollar amount that they have in there was from last year. The new limits are higher. I will tell you, I want to make sure that we follow what we need to follow. And for us to be able to do business effectively, and especially with the cost of goods and services where they are, I would like you to trust us. If you don't like what we're doing, and you don't think that we're doing it the right way, and you hold me accountable, and you do that through the performance evaluation that you do with me. That's my own personal feelings on this, and I'm just going to lay that out there because I've worked really hard this past year to make sure that we are doing the right things and that we are moving in the right direction. I'm more than happy to go back and provide you with the legal opinion on this, and I'm also happy to provide you with our procedures. But I do not want to be compared to prior administrations. And I am going to say something about that because it is a personal thing that I have worked very hard on within our departments to be able to make sure that we are doing the right thing and that we're following the right rules. And I feel strongly about it.
So this is not a personal commentary, right? This is a commentary on our processes. And again, I think if you look at any organization, there are policies that are established around how you do procurement and what levels of signing authority do people have and what approvals are needed. And what I'm stating is that I know from looking at this area earlier that we really don't have much documentation, if any. And my concern is, and I know also, and again, this has nothing to do with you, Superintendent Fakar, we don't have a procurement manager. We don't have anybody that's gone in and has updated any of this stuff. And so, so in my opinion, the way that you keep control until you're actually able to update is you have tighter limits. And so my recommendation is let's use this as an opportunity, because the issue is not so much what CSBA says or what anybody says, but the issue is that I don't think that we have good processes. And until we can actually demonstrate that we do, I think we need to have tighter controls.
Okay, I'm going to hold off on other comments because I'm actually looking at CSBA in Assembly, and the last time that it was updated, which is what our rainbow version is based on, was May of 18. Those numbers are in there. The numbers that, the red that is being crossed out and the green that is there, so it's going from 45 to 60, are 2018 number recommendations from CSBA.
Correct.
It's not.
It's nowhere near.
But that was my point, right? Is that I said it doesn't matter what the amounts are right now. What matters is that we don't have well-documented processes that are in control. And so therefore, it is safer to have tighter controls until we get that, and let's use this as a pressure.
Well, honestly, I'm going to say I think those are tight controls. Going from 45 to 60, and we're basing it on 2018, that is 7 years.
So,
hang on, let me finish. That's 7 years ago's numbers. That's a huge, I mean, that honestly puts a pretty decent cap on things. Now, this is the board policy and the AR. Procedural things, to me, it's not this. It's a whole different ballgame. It doesn't have really anything to do with this. This is a guideline. Maybe what we're saying is we can approve the board policy, but not the AR.
So that's not the issue.
And I understand what your issue is, and I understand what your concerns are, and it's a piece I came in also driving in some of the concerns to make sure that we were following certain formats, right? And so we have had somebody who's been assisting us with this. We are making sure that we are following the rules and the procedures. And I do believe that we have put internal controls in place to be able to help with this. So if you're asking to provide you with that information, I'm happy to bring that back.
Yeah, so I would appreciate if we then agendize for a future meeting a walkthrough of our purchasing request and approval and sourcing procedures, because I know that when I looked at them 2 years ago, they were pretty much non-existent.
We have been strengthening those. We have been working very closely with Jeannie Rowland, who is with MGT. She is putting those things in place. We are making sure that within the escape system that we are following some of the procedures, that those limits are sitting in there so that it does sit there and let us know what's going on. I'm more than happy to come back because I'm really proud of what we've been putting in place. And we've been working really hard to make sure that we are following what the law allows us to do. And then if there's things that we need to do as additional steps, we want to make sure that we follow those. Those are really important, that we go out, we get the right kinds of bids, that we get those things sourced, that we do this correctly, no different than doing the RFP processes. Things that we haven't done well before in the past, we are moving in the right direction. And so I don't want to be, I'll be honest, not approving this. To me, it puts us out of compliance with things that we've done this year. And that really does concern me, because the intent was to be able to follow the public code. And that's exactly what we've done.
But I would like to, again, request, I mean, I'm happy, I mean, the issue right now, quite frankly, it's not on a specific amount,
No, I don't
right?
think it's, I don't think it's necessarily about the dollar amount so much. I think it's about the processes.
But it's about the process. And so if we've made changes and we've made them robust, you know, I think that we want to be able to see that. Because at the end of the day, right, we have to ultimately be comfortable around how the process works. So if it's a black box, then it becomes problematic. If we understand, okay, this is exactly how it works, then it's easy to approve everything. And so I would say, you know, let's come back. I mean, if you've had MGT and other people document that, let's have them come back and show us, you know, what we put in place. I think that would be wonderful. But then I think it would also be important to, you know, to have Lou or somebody come back, because I do promise you, and I just, you know, again, I'd be willing to, you know, to bet dollars to donuts on this, that the public code limits are outer limits. There is nothing that ever prevents the board or the administration from putting in tighter limits, right? And so if we decide that we want to put in tighter limits, we're not out of compliance. We would only be out of compliance if we set limits that exceeded what the public contract code said. But I think we should get a legal opinion to confirm that.
I think you should get a legal opinion to confirm that, because I think if we are entering into being able to using purchasing powers with different things, I think we are agreeing to do some different things, and I want to make sure that we are following this correctly.
I think we need to approve this one today. I mean, I'm all for tighter procurement controls, and I'm, you know, be very eager to learn more about the processes that you've been working on, Superintendent Vicar, to tighten those controls. It sounds like a lot of great work has been done, but I think I err on the side of caution, and in this case, I think caution involves approving this particular item, and we can always talk more about how to tighten procurement procedures in the future, and to learn more about all the great work that's already happening. But I think we need to move forward and approve this one. That's my personal opinion.
And I'm happy to support that, but I'd like for us to agendize this topic sooner rather than later, so that we can really see. And then if everything's in place, great, right? We're good to go.
So was everything in place before when I got here? It most certainly was not. Are we moving in the right direction? We most certainly are. You've also heard me talk about wanting to make sure that we stay on top of it by bringing you back the monthly contracts, because I don't like the fact that they could have change orders done to them, and then before they would come back in a quarterly process. To me, that was not meeting the intent, and I didn't like those kinds of procedures, right? Like, I felt like that was not a good thing. So I shared that with you most recently, that I'm going to be bringing back the contracts, even if it's the ratification within my limits. I'm going to bring those back to you sooner. I'm not going to wait till the quarterly piece with it, because even I was having a hard time keeping track of it, because the internal controls were not strong enough to help us with that when we were having rapid changes that were happening.
Right.
So I definitely understand what you're talking about, because those were some of the things that we did put in place this year.
And the, you know, the issue is not, I mean, the issue is not bringing things back more frequently. It's having a robust process. And I know that we had discussions earlier, and I know prior to that we had discussions with Penny about it, where we discovered that there were employees that had unfettered access to Amazon, and basically it was just like, you know, it was they were just sitting there getting on their computers and ordering anything that they wanted, right? So procurement was out of control, right? And we really need to make sure that we have processing in place to, you know, to rein it in. And so if we can have people come forward and say, okay, these are the changes that we've made, we've documented, it's all good.
So I won't tell you that the Amazon thing is fixed, because those are smaller limits that wouldn't really even be part of this particular part of the policy, right? So those elements are still sitting out there, getting better, still needs more control systems that are there with that. That's a whole different dollar amount value than what we're talking about here. Here's what we're talking about. When do we go out for a bid? When do we make sure that we're following the right processes? You know, what can staff do? When do we have to go to the next level of step? And then also, when we're working with many of our consortiums out there, we're telling them that we're in compliance and that we're doing these things. So I want to make sure that we are sticking with what the process says and that we're being good stewards. I do want to thank the business department for making sure that this was updated to where the public code standard was, because it was not quite up to date. And so we actually put in what those correct procurement pieces should be.
So I'm going to ask for a motion on this, on 13.14, Uniform Construction Cost Accounting Procedures. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item 13.14.
And may I have a motion to or a second, I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
Okay. And we'll take a vote. And the vote tally, okay. Ayes, and Member Thomas is absent.
Thank you for the spirited discussion. I will definitely be bringing back to you at a future sooner than later. And I look forward to having that discussion with you with some of the changes that we've done. And I look forward to working with Jeannie Rowland, be able to talk about some of our additional dollar amounts and things that we're doing as we move forward.
Okay, the other item that we pulled that we have not discussed yet was the Uniform Complaint Investigation Contract. That's the 15 with the top of 5. Thank you, I'm sorry, I thought we did. I'm just trying to go back through, I'm looking at everything and making sure I've written down everything correctly. I got a lot of scribbles out on that one. All right.
Ms. Lemus might have to listen to this one a couple of times. Sorry, Ms. Lemus.
That's okay, and that's why I was trying to make sure that I wrote it down too. All right, we are at board committee reports, announcements, requests, debriefs, and discussion. I'm just going to start on my left and move right. So, Member Hill, do you have anything that you would like to say tonight?
No.
Okay, short and sweet. I'm loving that. All right, Member Thomas, do you have anything to say? Nope, she doesn't appear to have anything to say. I'll go on to Member Black. It's 6 o'clock there.
I just want to recognize all of the teachers and staff and students across the district. Spring break is super late this year, and I know everybody is exhausted, but we recognize everybody's hard work and dedication through an extremely long month of March. We're almost there, so let's all hang in there. I'm feeling it too in the classroom in Fremont, so a couple more weeks to go. We got this. Thanks, everyone.
Member Aguiano.
Ditto on what Member Block just mentioned. I just thank you to our fellow city council members to letting us borrow their location, their facility. Beautiful. We're getting used to the technology. However, we're excited to continue and to be a part of this organization with being really in your seat. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have a little bit I'd like to say. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Member Lee.
What was I going to say? I forgot. Oh, I was wondering if there's any bond updates or football field updates.
So those are two different topics.
Yeah.
I think we can give you a football stadium update.
Sure.
So, good evening, board members. I am pleased to inform you that, thanks to the quick work of the team, our architects, our Travis as construction manager, and myself, to accept basically the existing conditions of the fields out there, we were able to pass a permeability test that would allow us to start bringing our turf out there. And so the turf has been laid out. And so we will wait for infill to get placed in that field. But based on our look-ahead schedule, we are going to meet for our week of graduation. So once the turf installation is installed, the track will then be placed. And so we'll wait for that until after the graduation is completed, the ceremonies, and we will make sure that that project is completed shortly right after. So we'll have the asphalt, the AG around the track, and the field will have its turf. It will have its infill. It will be safe to be on it. We'll still be warranted for the project. And so once the ceremonies are completed, we'll go ahead and put in the rubberized matting for the track.
Thank you.
I think there's been a
Thank
sighting
you.
too of turf, yes? Did you see, did you tell me you
Yes,
saw turf?
yeah,
You saw
I saw
turf?
turf, yeah.
Yeah, looks great.
Thank you for the update.
Absolutely.
And then you asked a question about the bond. We will be bringing back information regarding the bond at the May meeting. And there'll be timelines and everything else that we'll be following, and things will be moving very quickly. In the meantime, we will be advertising for our committees, and being able to get a list together for the board to be able to take certain actions in May.
Okay, Member Hill.
And along those lines, I'd just like to make a request, because we had the bond study session, a month ago or whenever it was. And one of the things that we talked about was the projects, right? And they had identified that we needed to have, specific projects, and we talked about how we really hadn't gone through a process to get, school input, community input. And so I'd like to see if we can set up a process, since we're talking about doing the first round pretty soon, if we could set up, maybe even in the next meeting, a discussion of, okay, how do we start getting those discussions going and identifying specifically what we're going to do?
We already have some timelines that we're beginning to work with that. We do have an updated study that has been commissioned for us to kind of start to work with. Bill Lean worked with that initially with the architect team. We've kind of dusted off the original facilities plan as we discussed in our last study session. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go back out. I want to be able to work with the principals, make sure that what was captured for the more recent updates, and also towards some of the more recent requirements that we have to do for public safety on our schools, that those are all meet the right test in there. And then we're going to start to go work with our communities to be able to outline what that looks like. The first draw really, though, is what we talked about, is really going to be more for the emergency type things, taking off the tourniquets, the Band-Aids, for safety type items, looking at, more video enhancement for safety, looking at intruder safety, looking at, things that have been bleeding on us that we need to replace immediately that can't wait. The other stuff is going to be more of a planning piece as we sit there and we look at the allocations, but then to look at the allocation model per school site and what that looks like so that they can really dig in deeper on those other draws. And they've already got a long laundry list, way more things than what we could ever afford to do in the bond. So they're going to prioritize, right? They're going to have to work with that. We're going to have to listen to our communities. We're going to do exactly what Mr. Hill just said with regards to ensuring that there is a process that they're involved with that.
Yeah, and I just think that the key thing, and this is prior to your time, but in the most recent process, it was a very unfair process, right? Where literally not all the schools were consulted, and essentially, and there was almost kind of this underground effort just going on in the high school that even the board didn't know about, and then poof, right, out of it comes like a $6.9 million project, and then everybody else, basically didn't get anything. And so I just want to make sure that we have an equitable process and that all the schools have input, and we figure out how to get some of their priorities, on the list.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of priorities. Just so you know, they shared a pretty in-depth list, both in the original facilities master plan and also within some of the updates. So again, we're going to have to really kind of hone in. We're going to have to identify which ones are key safety things that we want to go back and communicate on that we can't wait, right? Like we want to make sure that also gets identified, and that we want to make sure that, the sites are aware of what those things are and make sure that they're in full agreement. I think they will be, because I think they've been very concerned about some of their safety type issues that are sitting out there. And I know I met with a parent today. She also shared some additional safety things that she was concerned from her observations. I appreciate her feedback, but I think we're hearing a lot of feedback. We need to make sure that we bring that forward and that we do make a very public process. One of the things that you can do with that, besides having your oversight committee for the bond element of it, you also can have what's called an ed specs committee. And that ed specs committee really hones into with being able to do more of that survey work. And survey work will change over the next 10 years, right? I mean, it may look a little different. You may have to close down another school site and they may not have access to those allocations. And then how do you go back and redistribute those allocations that might be for a site that you might have to close down if we continue to reduce in size with students, right? So we need to think about those models. So there's a lot more to think about there with that, but we are prepared to be able to bring all that back to you in May, be able to start to share those conversations with you and be able to give you kind of that priority list, and then kind of the pieces that we see in that first draw is a recommendation from staff, and then also with the community input and buy-in for that.
Okay. I have a couple things that I wanted to say tonight before I hand it over to Superintendent Vakar to finish for us. I really enjoyed my opportunity to be able to go to Kabe last week with the group of staff and some secondary teachers that went. It was fun. I got to know people from at a very different level than just sitting up here on the dais, but it was super informative. And I was really excited to be able to be there. One of the things that was also really excited was being able to go and visit a couple of the high schools in Fontana and learning about their CTE programs and the success that they have had and are having with their students. And I really look forward to an opportunity for the team to be able to pull together and present some of the things that we saw and learned from our time down there, and that was just a fabulous experience, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to be able to go. One of the things that I wanted to make a request about is, I'm just going to read my statement here because it's better that I do that rather than try to wing it. With the recent restructuring and downsizing, in order to make the necessary budget cuts, I realize we must continue to evaluate how each department is and has been affected by those changes. That means moving forward, we will need to continue to evaluate and restructure, as we heard tonight, regarding HR. Another area of concern for me is MOT. Have we begun to look to create some supervisory positions to help Mr. DeFreitas, our MOT director, manage his large and varied staff? I would really like to hear about how we are planning to support his department specifically, to give him the support that he needs. He's working really hard. He's done an excellent job for us. He's really dedicated, but he needs support from us as a board and other district staff to really get him what he needs in order to continue the fabulous work that he is doing in that department. So I would ask that at some point in the near future, you're able to bring something forward to show that we're supporting him, whether that's creating some supervisory positions within his structure, but it is a concern of mine. The other thing that I want to mention is that it would be great to hear about what is going on with the computer updates for the teachers. And them getting computers that are in good working condition for them to be able to use. So those are my two requests that I am adding to that lovely list that we have going. I apologize for adding something else to it, but I do feel like these are really important issues for us to continue to look into. So with that, Superintendent Vakar, you are on.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for a really great opportunity this evening to be able to have some very in-depth conversations about areas and topics. It's part of what I've really been looking forward to being able to do all year long. I think we're at a turning point where we can really start to have those discussions. Some of them are beginning discussions, right? Just to be able to really start thinking about it. What else do we need to do to help feed the conversation, right? To be able to create an amazing opportunity, I think, for our students to be able to succeed. At the crust of that is really your number one goal, right? Student achievement. We know that's number one. With that goes right alongside with it is safety and making sure that our students are safe and that our teachers are safe. Those are really important elements, right? The budget pieces are coming. I mean, we've been working on that all year. We're moving in the right direction for that. I feel confident in that. I do want to share with you this evening that, I do want to thank the city of Newark for allowing us to come and use this facility. It's been amazing to have such great technology, but we actually have a viewer from afar in Germany right now. We've got Miss Nancy Thomas, who's watching us at 6 a.m. in the morning. It's 7:14 in Germany, and she is 5,400 miles from us right now, and she is probably our viewer from international lines that is actually viewing us, and I think she's cheering us on from the sidelines. I think she's enjoying hearing the discussions, and she sent us a little message of good wishes earlier, so I just wanted to share that. So thank you, board. Thank you for your time. Thank you, staff, for the work that you've done here this evening.
It's a lot of work, and there's a lot of things that are going on, and I know we're doing our very best to be able to provide the best information to our board so they can make an informed decision and help us navigate this as we continue to move forward together. Thank you.
Okay, so in closing, before I adjourn the meeting, say that on behalf of the board and the district staff, I'd like to thank the City of Newark and Mayor Hannon and staff for working with us and making it possible for us to hold our board meetings here at City Hall. We're grateful for our partnership, and we look forward to moving forward in a positive direction for the students and youth of the community. And with that, I will adjourn our meeting at 10:17. Thank you.